This is Angel Sessions, and when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce live, positivepower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
Hi, Tanika. I am a poet doing spoken word, and I am live with Jerry Royce Live.
You are listening to positivepower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. I am Sandra Carter.
Hi, this is Bill Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia, the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Ramon Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Hardy, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and we do have a Book Buzz sponsor for tonight's show, featuring Tanika Gonzalez, and our Book Buzz sponsor is Darlene Rucker-Williams with Stylist Gifts.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker-Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all themes, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
right, thank you. Darlene Rucker wins with Stylish and Stellar Gifts. That's right, by Dar. And that's stylishandstellar.com. All right, everybody. Tonight, we have a very special gift. You guys probably heard our Unplugged being featured weekend long, started last week. She's new out there on the scene. We expect to see big things out of her because she definitely has the voice and the look for this, and we're excited for her. She's a poet and spoken word artist. I present you to Nika Gonzalez. Her bio reads, she's from Denver, Colorado, now living in Florida. Been writing all her life. Writing was her way of releasing emotion. And she was recently introduced to spoken word a month ago. She took it with a passion, began to watch YouTube videos and network through Facebook. And now she's about to do her first live performance this Sunday, which would be the Martin Luther King Jr. weekend at a club, a nightclub, I guess it's in Florida, called The Touch of Class. And that'll be 2 shows on January 18th. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Tanika Gonzalez. How you doing tonight, Tanika?
I'm good. How are you doing, Jerry?
I'm awesome. So glad to have you on the show. We're so excited for you.
Me too. Thank you.
All right. Before we get started, the rest of our question, the first question is, who is Tanika Gonzalez?
Tanika Gonzalez. Well, I could say I have much of a testimony that I won't, but I've come from a long journey, and I could just say that writing has definitely brought me to a happy place to release all of the experiences I've had. So I'm excited for this journey because it's all about to come out.
That's right. All right. Now, we find, being on this show, meeting people, all over social media, fictional writers, nonfiction writers, poets, you name it, performers, musicians, songwriters. We find that when people bring that passion behind their pen or their voice, something strong went on, something powerful had happened. Like they were like a little caterpillar and became a butterfly.
Right.
You were able to fly, like a little bird. It broke his wing, and now you can fly. So did you come from a place where you had to, find a way to heal yourself, or you had to go through some things to be healed?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's been a pretty wild journey. Spent most of my life pretty much, raising myself and, just learning things firsthand. To not really have somebody there to tell you, hey, don't go left, don't go right. You figure it out by making the mistake is pretty rough. But to be able to come out of it and be humble, I think is awesome. It's definitely a blessing, and it's an opportunity to help other females or young teenage girls in so many situations that I have lived and witnessed. So, yeah.
Now, are you close with like siblings, grandparents, mother, father, anybody close in the family with you in this journey?
No, not so much. I definitely have a brother that's been my everything. So I do have him, but that's pretty much sums that up.
That's good. So he's your support system. How about your daughter? I've seen your beautiful daughters out there.
Yeah, I definitely have 2 little ones. It's definitely my motivation in my heart. They always help me see another side when, for so long I saw was dark and ugly. They always brought that light and that love back. So that's my pride and joy, both my little girls right there.
Yeah, they look like sunshine. So what are their ages?
My youngest one is 6. She just turned 6 years old. Her name is Serenity. And the other one is 9. Her name is Angelina. And got 3 other kids have 2 teenagers at home, and their ages are 17, 15, and 14.
So who was the last 2 people? Because your call got messed up a little bit. You mentioned 2 other names?
Yes, I said I had 3 other. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, now I can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the others in Denver, and they're 17, 15, and 14. So I've had me a little army.
All right. You said they're your daughters, too? The ones you said that's living in Denver?
Yeah, 2 boys and 1 girl.
Oh, wow. So you have 5 children?
Yes.
Oh, and I missed the age. You said you do have teenagers, the 17, you said, right?
15, and 14.
All right. Wow. Good for you. Good for you. All right. Yeah. All right. So we're going to listen to one of your pieces called An Observation, and then we want you to talk a little bit about us. Tell us where you were during this period. All right? So, ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to Tanika Gonzalez and her piece called An Observation.
Kids on the playground, watching them is sweet, yet amusing. Amazing how they have so much to learn, yet so much to teach to so many adults who lost how to see. Brave little souls, climbing and flipping all around, going up trees, helping each other down. There was 2, now 4, now 10. And each one that shows up is automatically let into this little game that they're playing. Yet they keep making up new rules. But the love of the innocence, I think it's pretty cool. Haven't judged each other yet. Hair don't matter, and they're not checking out each other's outfits. Doesn't matter where they came from, just young souls being free. So, I'm taking this opportunity for a teaching. One kid falls and gets hurt, and they're all by her side, wiping her tears and making sure she's all right. Laughing it off, they're all back at it again. What if us adults, as strangers, were also friends? What a crazy thought, I know. But we've all got some passion we'd like to show. Most hold back for the fear of the thought of others. But these children, that's not how they view one another. Some loud and crazy, some soft and sweet, all eager to see the personality of the next kid that they meet. I suppose after so much life lived, I can understand adults not willing to be so free. But we all can try and be a little more loving. I'll close this with a question. Are you ready for this? If children can unintentionally teach us down to the soul, what is happening in between as they grow?
Wow.
Yep.
Tell us about that piece.
What's that?
Yeah, what was that? Beautiful.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay,
sorry about that.
Piece. No problem. Tell us about that piece and observation. It's beautiful.
You know, I was actually sitting at a park. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you.
I was actually sitting at a park watching the kids playing on the playground, and I had went to the park because that's usually where I go and sit and to write. You know, just kind of be outside in the sunshine and the wind and all. It relaxes me. So I'm writing, and nothing would come to my mind. You know, I was trying to get in real deep. I'm like, come on, pull something out. Tanika, what are you doing? And I started watching my kids playing, and then more kids were coming, and that's what came to me at the moment, so I wrote it down.
Mm-hmm. That's beautiful. Wow, and you were just sitting there just watching them, and all that time nothing else was coming to you. Mm-hmm. That's fascinating. Now, have you been writing for a long time?
I have. I've always remember.
So how young would you say when you first penned your first poem?
Oh, elementary school. Back in elementary. I won a little award. Did this whole little thing and won an award there. But no, I never really did much with it. It was just my way of releasing emotions because I never, really had anybody to talk to. So myself writing a lot, and then somebody introduced me.
Yeah, wow. Now, since you have a gift for writing, you think you ever have an opportunity to sit down and pen a book?
Possibly. In this moment in my life right now, I think it would be a little tough just because I'm juggling a lot as a single mother. But, I think the time will come. I think what I'm getting into right now is very good for the moment, learning to perform and speak that way. And then, possibly towards maybe some more years in life, I could get to a book.
Yeah, that's right. But right now you're doing the right thing, just, doing an audio version, because people love, like me, I enjoy listening to poetry more than reading it. I love to listen to people, watch people perform it as well as listen to them. So that's the way to go, whether, it's on YouTube. Now, I noticed that you said you were kind of observing what was going on YouTube. What was going on? Were you researching the industry or trying to find your style? What was going on?
Yeah, a little bit of both, honestly, and I still am. Like I said, I'm very new to this. I'm about a month in, so I've seen some amazing people, some people that are really inspiring me, and it's really teaching me a lot just to observe it all, because there's so much that I feel, and I notice when I speak, my words are my poems. Sometimes I don't have the emotion that I'm really feeling, towards each word, and that's something that I'm learning while I'm watching these YouTube videos, and a lot of people that are real deep, into this gift already, is that they put so much emotion into it, and that's what makes it really amazing. So that's where I'm at right now, is just practicing on getting comfortable with the emotion.
Yeah, it's trying to find your style. Is that where
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, are you really now? The smartphone does so much stuff. Are you taking advantage of the apps, the technology to record yourself, listen to yourself, watch yourself? Are you trying any of those things?
I am, and I'm doing my best, because I'm doing everything right now all off a really tiny little cell phone, from the pictures to the slideshows to the recording. So once I get all my technology going a little bit better, I'll have more to work with, but I have a little bit I'm working with now, so yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Awesome. All right. Now, we had this piece called War in 3 Minutes. What was that about? What was going on there, War in 3 minutes?
That was definitely trying to bottle everything up that I could possibly bottle up from my observations in 3 minutes, just from, stepping back and looking at the world into where all the hurt and the pain and the misunderstandings and everything is coming from. Just really what I felt inside about, I guess basically what's taking place in society.
Yeah, that's right. Now you left Denver, Colorado, where it was, freezing cold, to the beautiful sunshine state of Florida. Big major improvement. Why so drastic change?
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually born and raised in Florida. Left when I was about 8 years old to Denver, Colorado. And I just me and my soul never clicked like one out there. Especially when I learned how to driving on the ice, I became more and more enemy with Colorado's nature. So sunshine and palm trees, that's just where I'm meant to be. So I feel like I'm back home.
That's right. Wow. And I was just in Florida on Labor Day. For a couple of days, that Labor Day weekend, and I just enjoyed it so much. I mean, it was a little warmer than what we used to here. We do pretty much share the same type of humidity here in Maryland that you guys get in Florida. But the palm trees, so tranquil.
Beautiful. Yeah. I sit back and I could just get put in a trance. I just stare at nature out here, and I'm just like, wow, it feels amazing.
That's right. All right, now we're going to ask you this question, and then we're going to get ready for our break. We're going to play War in 3 minutes, and then we're going to go right into our break after that. But before we take that, now, Tanika, I mean, we've been, we've been the guys here. We've been checking out, your Facebook pages, and you take a lot of pictures. Beautiful woman. Where are you right now with putting that together with your spoken word? I mean, have you decided how you're going to project or portray or market and promote your looks with your voice, with your words? I mean, where are you with that?
This is the passion that I'm living right now at this moment. I don't have any solid answers, because I'm just going with everything as it flows. In all honesty, I love God very much, and I just pray that, Lord, where you want me, take me. So I can't really, answer all that, because he hasn't fully answered me yet.
Okay. Now, we missed a couple seconds when you were first answering that question. Your phone went kind of quiet for a while. But I guess you answered the question that basically you don't know yet. You're just letting God guide you right now with your well, it's not newfound talent, but you're new to the performing world. So that's that's where you're going now. That's where you're heading now as a performer, with what you already have. All right.
Yes.
So you have a lot of pieces already that's already prepared. It's not like you have to sit there and write stuff for different performances. It's just, what's the deal?
I have about maybe a whole handful. I have about maybe actually 7 pieces right now. Things come to me pretty easy, but lately I've just been trying to take my time, because I could write something out in probably a half an hour, and just have something, but I've just been trying to put more time and thought and effort into things now that I'm actually taking it out to perform.
Right. Now, have you had a chance to get into the scene out there right now, the poetry scene, or you haven't found it yet, or just this is the first step in that direction? This performance coming up.
Yeah, this is the first step. I have never been to a live performance. I really don't much of it other than the YouTube videos I've been watching for the past month. So before then, like I keep saying, it's all brand new to me, and so far I'm in love. I love it.
Yeah. So we had a chance to feature you with Justin Clark and Serenity, the poet. They've been around for a while. They do those things. Hopefully you'll be able to observe some of the artists that we be featuring on our website, and be able to learn from those guys. There's some good ones out there. We've been blessed enough to find those individuals, including you. So definitely, we're excited for you. All right, and we're going to take a break. We're going to play your piece, War in 3 minutes, and then we're going to take a 60-second break. And then we're going to come back and finish talking to you about the other pieces that you have coming up. Love Yourself. And we have an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to hear Tanika Gonzalez live here on Jerry Royce Live. So stay tuned. All right? Hold tight, everybody, for War in 3 minutes.
I sit here and observe the life I live. Strangers who pass me on the streets. People I've called friend. The men I meet. I question the lack of love and despise the hate displayed by people all over the world, especially the young these days. Being brought into this world, you're automatically introduced to so many wars. My observations will explore. The war of judgmentals. They paint a picture off an assumption and sell it as truth. But as we all know, selling knockoffs is rude. The war of power, used for evil or good, to control or to be an example, to love or to hate. Where do you fit in this place? Evil wants to consume energy from all that are around, to find strength, and watch their heads leave the ground, placing themselves above others, eyes glazed with a mighty thirst, ready to destroy all and any that don't put them first. Government, gangs, culture, race, religion, church. Kind smiles are only pretend. Religion, we'll get back to in the end.
What's stopping you from making more, having more, and being more? Hi, I'm Helen McMillan. I'm a success coach. I can help you shift into your $1 million zone of joyful success. Be your most magnetic, confident, and powerful self. The first step is to get my free ebook, 7 Simple Ways to Shift into Your $1 Million Zone. Go to www.yourmilliondollarzone.com and download it now.
What happens when a man meets a woman who's everything he wished his girlfriend was? Is his girlfriend's unconditional love and ride-or-die loyalty worth dealing with in her baggage? Find out the consequences of a man's need of self-completion and learn a lesson that everything comes with a price. The Lesson by Miss Cynthia Blue on Amazon.com.
Are you ready to discover your spiritual potential? This is Lane Cobb, spiritual wellness coach and owner of Straight Talk Coaching for Women, your source for enlightened and empowered living, offering products and services to help busy women see who they really are so they can be who they really want to be. Contact us at www.straighttalkcoaching.com or call 443-756 888-8391 to empower your spirit and achieve your full potential.
All right, that's Lane Cobb. That's right, Lane Cobb with 2Bs.com. We're talking to Nika Gonzalez. She will be performing at the Touch of Class nightclub in Florida, a comedy shop. She's going to be opening up for comedy for the Martin Luther King weekend, 2 shows, January 18th. We're so excited for her. All right, grew up in Florida. She's back now, enjoying the Sunshine State. Get a chance to get some fresh oranges where we have to buy ours out of the grocery. We're jealous. All right. Now, how has Facebook been working for you, Tanika? Are you meeting some new people out there that's just, embracing what you're doing?
I am, absolutely. I've met every single day. I'm meeting somebody new, and it's just amazing because, you have this passion, or, I have this thing that I did for every writing, and to meet so many people all over the world, that just have the same passion, it's amazing. So it's been it's been fun.
Yeah, it is. I can tell. One thing I noticed, too, about performers, whether it's musicians, singers, poets, you guys really support one another. It's like one big family. I don't care whether you're black, white, Hispanic, Japanese, whatever. It's like you guys are like one big family, and they just so happy for you, So is that what you're getting right now? It's like people just coming from all over walks of life?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's love all the way around, and it just, I could keep saying it over and over. It feels amazing because, that inspiration, that's, I would say, keeps each other going. And I definitely believe everybody has a story to tell, and if somebody picks up the opportunity to do it this way, I feel I'll support any and everyone that has, something positive to say, because we all have a story to tell. So.
That's right. In a way, some of these artists are putting their voices and their words together with the music tracks. I was like, wow, it's just so beautiful to, to sit back and just close your eyes and just listen to it, like the beats and everything.
Yeah. I saw a little bit. I was like, ooh, let me get my hands on an app because I'm about to get into it.
Right, you ready to roll. And it's funny how these smartphones are just like your little walk-in studio. All you need is a quiet room, and they do everything for you. You can shoot your movie, your audio, you name it. Because I use my tablet, even though I do have a nice camera to shoot out in our studio production commercials. It takes a little time to mix it. I can just shoot it on my tablet and it's ready to go. Ready to publish. So I just love it. So awesome. Just need the right amount of light, right?
Yep, absolutely.
All right. So what are you doing, to calm your nerves for this show? It's your first one. This is going to be setting your legacy, your history. So what's the deal?
Yeah, right now, one word, practice, 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 practice. I practice when I'm driving to work, practice in the shower, practice while I'm getting ready, cooking dinner. I just been practicing.
So it'll be just like second nature. So it's like you can just close your eyes, no matter how nervous you are, it's gonna come out a certain way.
Yeah, I have one favorite person. Her name is Genetics. She's very, very well known. She does a lot of ministry spoken word, but she has so much power and oomph in her. And, it puts a lot of inspiration in me. So I've been watching her a lot too.
Wow. So is she on YouTube also, or you met her in person?
No, she's on YouTube.
Wow.
She's on YouTube. I would love to meet her in person. I'd love that.
Yeah. So how big is the scene in Florida? I mean, like, if someone wanted to travel to Florida and do a show, I mean, is this something that's going on every weekend, during the middle of the week? What's the deal?
I'm still learning and figuring it out myself. I know Tampa is closest to me. It's about maybe a half an hour away, but Tampa is definitely the hot spot for that. These types of shows and stuff go down, I'd say, every weekend probably.
Wow.
So,
wow.
Yeah, I got linked up to a pretty good person. I made a pretty good friend, good connection, and he's putting me in on.
Oh, okay. So is this the guy is this the person that booked you for this weekend? I think we lost Tanika. All right. Okay, well, while she's getting her connection back, we're going to listen to this other piece she had called Love Yourself. All right? Hold tight, everybody. And then we'll follow another commercial break, and hopefully she'll be back. All right? Hold tight.
This love battle for us females, it's a war, it's a game. And somehow we find ourselves claimed into a position to have to play back, not realizing we just signed up for a heart attack. One after another, the cycle goes on, hearts destroyed, while people casually say, just be strong. My friends, you cry on my shoulder and ask me what to do. First thought to mine is to simply speak truth. Tell you where I've been and what's happened to me, 'cause nobody's perfect, you see. I thank you that you have so much trust in me, my opinions, my advice, even when it's not always nice. This is what I think about love. Listen close as my words are giving you a hug.
All right, that's Tanika Gonzalez, and we're going to wait till she get back. Meanwhile, we're going to play this commercial break or episode of Book Buzz with Cassandra Thompson. Hold tight, everybody.
How would you like to have a book that reflects your life? Hi, I'm Mocha Butterfly. I would like to tell you more about my latest book, The Reality of Mocha Butterfly. It's a poetry chapbook capturing my life that covers subjects such as self-esteem, anti-bullying, spirituality, family, friends, love, and heartbreak. You can purchase your copy online at twopensandlit.com/Thompson. To find out more about me, visit me on Facebook at facebook.com/M8CHA Fly. Thanks for listening.
All right, we're talking to Tanika Gonzalez, the poet, spoken word artist. She will be performing at Touch of Class nightclub featuring a comic for the Martin Luther King weekend. And she's opening it up. 2 shows. All right, so Tanika, you're back with us?
Yes, I am.
All right, we had just played Love Yourself. So tell us a little bit about that piece.
That was actually, I sat down and wrote on New Year's. And a lot of my friends have always come to me for advice. I always find myself being the counselor friend. So I sat down on New Year's and I put that out, tagged a bunch of my friends on Facebook for them to listen because, I just had an overall message for them all, just knowing that, they always come to me asking me these certain things. And something I found within and for myself was that all these problems, all these heartbreaks, only thing that really solves it is when you find yourself and you do love yourself. So that's where that came from.
That's right. Now, you wrote one piece, I think it was for women. I think it was called Love Hurt. That was a really, really good piece. We enjoyed New Me, and I think you had a piece called Second. We'd like to hear a couple pieces, if you don't mind, live, right from your cell phone. You ready? All right, we're about to listen to Tanika Gonzalez. She's going to be live. You ready to go live with us?
Yes.
All right, we're ready when you are.
All right. How easy it is to get sad and tuck yourself away. I have a message, if I may. Locking yourself away will only bring it up again the next day, and the next, and the next. Give your heart a rest. You have to believe it will be okay. Learn to take pleasure with the pain. For good times don't last, just like bad times will one day be a part of your past. It's the cycle of life. So fight on with smiles and faith, looking forward to sunny days. Once you know your passion, you'll know your purpose. So get moving. Make some of this life worth it. For what you put out, you will get back. So use wisdom with every heart attack. How will you respond? How will you treat others? How long are you going to hold on to that past lover? Using up your days on things that don't count. Share some love with strangers, perhaps something they don't know about. Walk the park, read a book. Work on giving yourself a new look. Go out and adventure the land. Put the negative aside. Take a stand like a soldier outside in a storm. Hell is coming down, wind blowing fast. But guess what? That storm didn't last. The soldier is still standing now with the lesson of a story to tell. So see, don't lock yourself in there. Hold faith and take action. Dear people, the law of attraction.
That was beautiful. What was the title of that one?
We'll call that the law of attraction.
Law of attraction.
It's right now on your show.
Oh, man, that was beautiful. Love it, love it.
Thank you.
Right. Now, Tanika, when you were going out there on YouTube, checking out the people, now, would you say, because you know where you are when you're writing it, because you're pulling it from your heart, with the emotions is there, and you said you observed some of these people on YouTube just, really performing. Where do you think they're pulling it from? Where is it coming from?
The same place, absolutely. I would say from their heart, from life lessons and feelings, emotions inside.
So you think, like, say, for example, you're in a happy place, and it's time for you to perform, but you have written those pieces, like years ago, but they're so good and you want to perform it. Do you have to be a little actress, a little dramatic, like just pull from some place, put yourself in that place again? Can you do that?
Yeah, definitely. That's one thing that I'm feeling is you definitely have to put yourself there. And when you do that, when you're able to feel the emotion, you're able to, to give the emotion a lot better. And that's something that I'm learning because I listen back at some of the pieces, that I already have out there on my page. And there's different words and different meanings on each piece, but I've noticed that, my voice tone has always stayed the same. So the emotion part is really big. You definitely have to pull yourself back to that place.
So you think, how long you think it's going to take you to be where you want to be with the spoken word piece?
I might have that question a little bit better down after this weekend.
So you're going to have someone record the session?
Yes, it'll be recorded and posted on Facebook.
Oh, wow! I can't wait to see that.
I know, I can't either.
So good or bad, we still going to see it?
Oh yeah, because it's in the hands of somebody else.
Yeah, that's how you learn.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Wow, that's going to be interesting. Wow.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Nervous with confidence.
Yeah, but nothing wrong with that. You have to start somewhere. But, I remember listening to a poetress that was on the show, and she said, that first show, that paved the way. That got her where she is today. If it wasn't for that, she don't know if she could have dealt with what she was dealing with at the time.
Right.
It's like I guess it was like medication, and it helped her.
I could see that.
Yeah, poetry is, of course, when you're performing it, you have to find that place you were when you wrote it. And do you think that's going to be draining, emotionally tired? You're going to just feel so drained afterwards because you have to put yourself in that place again? Sometimes do you want to take yourself there? Do you want to be there again in some of those instances?
Can you hear me okay? Are we still connected?
Yeah, I hear you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't mind it. I don't mind going back into those places just because it's real. It's real and it's truth, and it's not something that you could ever block out. If you have bad times in your life, you don't block it out, you don't forget it, you just learn how to cope with it and learn how to help other people through it. So, to answer that question, no, I don't have a problem visiting places at all.
Can it kind of remind me a little bit of, Mary J. Blige when she was going through some things, how emotional her songs are? It's like you feel it every time you hear her perform it. Mariah Carey, it's like they take you there, whether they're in love, madly in love, or they went through, something something dark.
Right.
But when they perform, it's like good or bad, they're going to give it to you, and you're going to feel it.
Right.
Right.
Are you ready for that?
And that's my challenge. Absolutely. That's my challenge right now is just the performing part of it because, the only thing I could compare it to is that I love to dance. And, through all my 20s, me and my girls, we'd go out all the time, and I would just be spotlight on the dance floor. And not because I wanted specific attention. It was because it was just inside of me, and I just loved it. I loved the movement. So the only thing I could try and compare this to is, okay, if you could get out there and you did that, you could do this. But the only difference then is I could take a lot of shots of Patron and close my eyes and be free. So in this moment, it's a lot different of a setting. I've seen that so far. So it's very nerve-wracking, but, like I said, this weekend we'll figure out how my feelings are after this weekend.
That's right. So are you getting any advice from any other performers?
Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah. And what's amazing about it is that people are reaching out to me, and like you were saying, the connection of love, because the flyers and posters are going all over the place on Facebook right now, for this weekend. And people are just reaching out to me, and I just think that's amazing. Very thankful and blessed for that. It's beautiful.
Oh, yeah, because you've gotten a lot of hits on Unplugged. I can't wait to see the numbers on my website.
Yeah.
my security guy, he's already complaining I need to raise the level of my security because of the traffic we get. And, of course, we use Spreaker.com as like our splash page. They hold all our MP3s, but you can go to our website where a lot of people, that's where they're Googling us, and that's where they hear a lot of these shows. So we're just so excited to see, what you're going to do once you finish with that performance, because they're going to look for you. That's when people hear you, they want to, and that's the good thing I think about social media. Once you put it out there that this is where I am, this is where you can find me. You may not see me every week, but if you want to hear me every day, I'm right here,
Right, yeah.
So don't forget to tell them that they can find your performances on Jerry Royce Live on Facebook.
Oh, I definitely won't forget. I definitely won't. You're a new connection. You're staying in for the hall.
That's right. And we're looking for you guys. So anybody, you want to refer, we'd love to have them, because that's our dream, to have full weekends of indie performers, whether it's music, spoken word, you name it. That's what we want. Storytellers, whatever. We want to support you guys all the way.
Beautiful.
Man,
thank you.
Yeah, so excited for you, man. The 18th, big day.
Yeah, I'm excited too. Yeah.
All right. Now, are you going to have a small band playing live with you? Are you going to have a DJ playing? And one of your favorite music tracks? What's the deal?
I'm not really sure. I know that there's not going to be a live band. I do know I was briefly asked about what song I wanted to walk out to, and my daughters were there at the time, and they happened to pull out the Rihanna song, Run This Town Tonight. So I said, okay, we'll go with that.
Wow. Now, it kind of reminds me a little bit of, now you're not shy at all. You express yourself very well. Kind of reminds me a little about like Michael Jackson. He's a real quiet guy, except for when he gets emotional, he has to defend himself. He speaks to you, but otherwise, he's a man of few words. Like Prince. Do you feel like when you get up on that stage, you think you're going to explode like a Michael Jackson, like a Prince, like a Mellencamp, any of those guys, the big name artists?
I know that I hope that I want to, and I know that I have it inside of me. I know at home I'm able to do it, so I know it's inside of me. So I'm hoping because I know a lot of times too, first impressions are everything, and I want to be able to put all of that emotion there. But I have definitely been a person that, even though I'm not shy and I can't speak, I'm definitely a sociable person. I'm a people person. But when it's come to my emotions, I have definitely been quiet. That's just something I didn't share, So
it's kind of a mystery to me still, because I know it's inside of me and I know I got it, but when I get on the stage and I see the faces of all these strangers, I mean, is it going to come out so easily like it does at home? I'm not sure yet, but I'm hoping.
Well, you said you like to dance, so you just close your eyes and just feel it, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is another level. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking to Tanika Gonzalez, the poet, spoken word artist, about to perform Martin Luther King weekend at the Touch of Class nightclub in Florida. All right, we're going to take a break real quick. When we come back, we're going to hear one more piece from her, if she don't mind, and then we'll have her final thoughts. Cool?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Here's another Book Buzz commercial with Tamika Kane.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you experiencing a stage of life trauma? An everyday life experience that may distract you or shake your faith? My good books are short stories written on everyday topics like jealous friends or an abusive parent, written with an underlying message directing your thoughts to a positive and spiritual place. My good book strives to provide a positive influence for real people with real life struggles seeking hope, inspiration, and a perspective that will change how you handle your own life's journey. Read my good books to enjoy a positive and spiritual message today. Then share it with someone else who needs it.
All right. Check it out, y'all. It's Book Buzz. So if you look for extra promotion, reach out thousands of people that listen to Jerry Royce Live. This is the place to be. We have a good time in our virtual studio, too. So just let Brandon know, inbox him, let him know you're interested in putting together your 30-second presentation with Jerry Royce Live and Positive Power 21. All right, y'all. We listen to poet and spoken word artist Tanika Gonzalez. She's ready to read us her final piece for tonight and leave us with her final thoughts. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. When you're ready, we are. All right.
This is one that's called Marry That Man. I wonder if you notice me. It's been a while since we made love. Yet, we make the cutest couple, hand in hand, walking through the club. Even though you're next to me, at times I feel alone. I'm trying to speak to you. For 5 minutes, can you get off the phone? Hold me for a moment. Maybe show me you care. I'm really feeling like, what am I doing here? I can't leave this house unless it's with you. I'm feeling kind of trapped. What do I... You tell me that you're sorry and that I'm your world, buying me gifts like, here you go, girl. But what I really want is all the things that money can't buy. After 2 years, I'm feeling like, who is this guy? Do I even know him? Does he really know me? How? I turn around. He's on one knee. Joining him on the ground, I answered him softly. If you touch me like a flower, strong but so fragile and sweet, perhaps I'd give you the softer side of me. Wear me like a diamond ring, so bright and proud. Hear me like a lion's roar, as if it isn't too loud. Would you hold me like a breath? How important it is to breathe. I just ask, you respect me like a lady, please. Feel me like a shadow if you really want me on your side. Carry me as a man does. Provide? See me like a butterfly because I need to be beautifully free. And in this, trust that you will inspire me. Smell me like the early morning fresh rain, relaxing, with new energy to gain. Treat me how you would like to be. And then you can ask to marry me. So for now, my answer is no, because this kind of beauty is not what you show. Ladies, if you're not sure that it's love, don't be afraid to say no. There's nothing positive about watching the divorce rate grow. Repeat after me. I am independent. I am free. And through my freedom, the right man will find me.
That was so beautiful. I love that piece.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tanika Gonzalez, about to make her impression on the world. That's awesome. Thank you for being on my show. That's your start?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for being on Jerry Voice Live. We really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Your final thoughts. So that wasn't your final thought, was it?
Mine?
Yeah, your final thoughts for the show.
My final thoughts, I'm just going to thank you so very much because you definitely just provided me with an amazing opportunity. And everybody and anybody out there listening, definitely I'm looking forward to networking. And you could definitely find me on Facebook, Tanika Joy Poetic Expressions. Definitely, I would love feedback, good, bad, whatever. I would love to connect with people. And I thank you so much, Jerry, so very much.
You're welcome. We're just so glad you accepted our invitation. And good luck. We wish you the best this weekend on Martin Luther King weekend coming up. And definitely let us know when that presentation is up, loaded and ready to go. Good or bad, we want to see it, right?
Right. And I will definitely make sure to tag you into that video from this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. Jerry Voice Live, that's right. Tanika Gonzalez, ladies and gentlemen, spoken word artist, about to make her move on the world.
All right.
All right. Good things will happen. There's some good people out there, and they're going to make sure that you're successful in God's hands. All right, ladies and gentlemen. But look, Tanika, I tell people all the time, if they want to hear the good stuff, I'm talking about the really good stuff like Tanika Gonzalez tonight, they got to listen to Jerry Voice Live on Positive Power 21.org or Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. Good night, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Voice Live on Positive Power 21.org and Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. This is a Voice Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Voice Live. All right, everybody, don't forget about replay. Jerry Voice Live.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions. And when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce Live, PositivePower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
Hi, I'm Jonna B., author of Vengeance, and I'm live on Jerry Royce.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Scott. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Iowa Samuel Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Mama Keith with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. An exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Fighting Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WriteRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to Positive Power 21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and we have a Book Buzz sponsor for tonight's show, and so stand by, y'all. Appreciate your patience. One moment.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker-Wood, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
All right, that's Darlene Rucker-Williams. That's right. Gotta love Book Buzz. Support those sponsors, everybody, and we really appreciate them making things happen here on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. All right. Whew. What a weekend. NFL, you gotta love it. Gotta love the NFL. I know a lot of us were disappointed, including me, but, we saw some good things to build on for next year, and that's always a plus. May not be no more Peyton Manning, and hopefully if Tom Brady go to the Super Bowl, he'll lose and he'll decide to retire along with him. So let's keep our fingers crossed. Tired of those guys. All right. Tonight on the show, we got Jonna B. That's right. And her book reads, she got a good read out here called Wicked Deception, a novella. It's on Kindle edition. And she also have another book out there called Vengeance, a never-ending nightmare, paperback. Released December 24th for 2014. And we're going to talk to her in a second after I read her bio. See, Jonna B. is a St. Louis, Missouri native. She is still a current resident of St. Louis, Missouri. That's right, she probably root for the St. Louis Rams, I'm afraid. She discovered a passion for reading and writing at an early age. She currently has 4 novels published under her own publishing company, Watch My Journey Publications. Beautiful Nightmare, Vengeance, a Never-Ending Nightmare, and Sex on the Rocks, which is a short story. She is signed under Right to Eat Publishing, titled Wicked Deceptions. She is also featured in Anna J. Snapshot Volume 6. John decided to give the world a glimpse into her own imaginative thoughts and become part of the literary world. She's at her hard work on her next novel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Jonna B. How you doing tonight, Jonna?
I'm doing wonderful. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Thank you for being on Jerry Royce Live. Appreciate you coming on board. Awesome.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Your first question is, who is Jonna B?
I'm just a girl from St. Louis, trying to get my books out. I'm a nursing student.
Goofy girl, like cupcakes. And I like to read a lot. Other than that, nothing.
So are you a mom? Are you a mom raising kids? You know?
No, I'm not a mom. No.
Pet, got a cat, dog, alligator.
I have a dog, a bull, an English bulldog named Louie.
English bulldog, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, you're too busy. You're in nursing school. You got a lot to study because you got to know what you're doing when you get out there, help those doctors, right? All right. Yeah. So you don't have no time for no NFL, no football, nothing, do you?
Oh no, I watch football. Well, my team didn't make it, so I was just watching a good game yesterday. So I was just watching the good games. My team didn't make it.
Yeah. So who's your team?
I'm a Jets fan.
You're a Jets fan?
Yeah.
Oh man, I was just talking to a Jets fan, and they just be hating because they haven't been nowhere in a couple years now, and they just lost a good coach. I just lost a good coach one that we train here in Baltimore. So now he's going to go to a rival division, same division, right? He's staying in Buffalo in your division.
Yeah, I think so. I believe so.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough. Those two games with him is gonna be rough. All right.
Yeah, but it took the Cowboys to get back there too. So it might take us a little while to get back up on top, but we're gonna get there.
Yeah, that's right. It just take a little time. We've just been fortunate here in Baltimore. The growing organization, young quarterback, still young. Just need to build around them. So that's a good thing. Gotta love the NFL. Gotta love it. I mean, ups and downs, right? But it was a long season. Yeah. I was pretty lucky this year. My son, his team made it to the Super Bowl. They didn't win. Then my Ravens made it to the playoffs, and then I won Podcast of the Year. I had a great year.
Oh, congratulations!
Thank you. Yeah, it was pretty. 2014 wasn't bad, So anyway, we're here to talk about you. Now, you gave us a little bit about you in about 30 seconds. Now I know it's more than that to John B. Now, what kind of student were you, John? And what kind of student? We're gonna talk about your education just a little bit. What kind of high school student?
In high school, I was not the best student. I'm like, oh goodness, I did my 2 years of math that was only required. I didn't take any extra hard classes. I made sure I passed. That's the most I did in high school.
Get out. So you didn't. So were you on a sports team, or were you a cheerleader, or a club, anything like that? No.
No. I did track for like 2 weeks, and that was about it. No, I wasn't one of those. No, I was dressing, and I was cute. I was going to all the dances, and that was about it.
Oh, you was popularity.
So you wouldn't say that. I was
known. Wrong with that. So what did you get out the deal? Did you get like a boyfriend out the deal, or like a girlfriend? Just people there to support you in your craft. What came out of high school?
Out of high school, oh goodness. Right after high school, I left for the Navy. I still have the same best. I still have the same best friend that I've had since I was 11 years old. Like I'm cool with a lot of my classmates, but that's about nobody I really hang with or anything like that. Facebook, you see everybody on Facebook.
Yeah. Now we read your bio, which was about 8 lines, and you didn't mention nothing about being in the military. What's the deal?
Because I didn't stay, so I don't really talk about it. Like, it wasn't for me. Like, I was homesick. I missed my mom. She wasn't writing me enough. My best friends wasn't writing me enough. I couldn't call. I didn't make it. I left June 10th, and I think I was out July 16th, if I want to say. Like,
get out of here. You didn't last 30 days?
No, it wasn't for me. No, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. We got to march. We got to stand in the middle of the street for like 45 minutes before we could eat. No, that was boot camp. I couldn't. It wasn't for me.
I thought Navy was like the easiest part of the military, unless you went into the Navy SEAL.
No, it probably got easier after boot camp, but boot camp, I was real homesick.
So you didn't So what happened? So what was the real deal? You didn't go in shape, like you were struggling with the exercise and all that?
No, I had no problems with none of that. No problems with none of that. I was just homesick. I missed my mom. I wanted to come home, and she was mad that I came home, but I was like, "Yeah, I'm coming home." I was 17. I didn't want to be gone.
Yeah, that was kind of young. So how about college? Did you do college?
I did a lot of college.
I'm
still doing it.
Still doing college.
I'm still doing college. Yeah.
So how long you?
Yeah,
I know. So how long it's been? How long you been in college?
Off and on for like the last 7 years.
7 years. All right, that's about normal for people who's pretty much searching, having a ball. Well, you said you like school. You did a good. You like hanging out, right? That's no problem, right? Just trying to finish was the problem, huh?
Yeah, things happen. You get stopped. Like I was going last year, and family tragedy struck, and I had to stop for a few months. So I started back up January. So yeah.
Yeah. So where you going?
Chamberlain College of Nursing.
Oh, okay. That's where you're at now. Okay, so you try and get your nursing. Yeah. So you try and get a nursing degree or nursing whatever certification.
Right. Right now, I'm trying to get my bachelor's in nursing. After that, I hope to do anesthesia. Be a nurse anesthetist.
That's deep. All right. Man, you gotta trust those people. I've been under a couple of times. All right. You gotta have a trusting face, because I look them right in the eye. I'm expecting to wake up when this procedure's over. That kind of a look.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Go for it. Yours. All right. Now tell us about, this world and your publishing. You're in business for yourself. You're an indie author, correct?
Yes.
All right. So how's it been for you? I mean, I know you said some things happen in your life. You're in school. Are you grinding? You hustling? You moving books, or you just writing and just letting it work on its own?
No, I'm grinding and I'm hustling. It took me a while to catch on, because my 2 books were under a previous publishing company, but they were like a self-publishing company. So things didn't work out there. So I took my books from under that company, and I started developing my own Watch My Journey publications last year. And I brought back out Beautiful Nightmare and Vengeance, because they were out, but Vengeance was only out for like a month before I pulled it off the shelf. So I spent 2014, getting my books back out. Then I also signed under Quan's Right to Eat concept. That's where Wicked Deceptions came from. And so, yeah.
All right, so you bouncing around just a little bit.
No, I'm stable now. Okay. I got my own thing, and I'm still under Right to Eat. So, So
you like that? That's working for you?
Yeah.
Right.
Once I signed under him, the whole world knew me. People came out of the woodwork. So so that he just sent me off into a different atmosphere once I was associated with his name. So I'm trying to keep up with being the first person signed under his Right to Eat company of last year. I'm trying to keep up with that. So yeah.
So tell us about this company, Right to Eat. Who's the owner? Who's the publisher of this company?
Quan Foy.
You said Quan?
Yes.
You said Ford?
Foy. Foye. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm not familiar with his name. All right, we'll have to check him out. All right. So you say you're the first author under Quan's company?
Yeah, under Right to Eat, yes.
All right, so this company's pretty new company.
He's a pretty big deal. No, he's a pretty big deal, though. He has a million books out, and every year he's nominated for Author of the Year and Street Author of the Year, and all that good stuff. So yeah, he's pretty known to be an author.
Yes. All right, that's impressive. I haven't seen him around on Facebook, or at least I don't remember seeing that name. You pretty much see a lot of people's names bouncing around, but a lot of times you don't find out about them until they contact you. I haven't heard from his publishing house yet. Now, not saying, now you say he's been out there, so basically he's been under his own name for some time. Was he writing under another publishing company, or he Right to Eat was his thing, and he decided to bring you?
He started out in the Triple Crown.
Mm-hmm.
He, I want to say it's called St. Martin. He has books up in St. Martin and Cash Money Content. Right.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. So you happy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right.
Excited. Yes.
Yeah. So what kind of things, would you, if someone was interested in contacting Mr. Coy, what was one of the good things you would say about this company that would really, make them excited like you are?
We are really family orientated. Like, he take you under his wings, and coach you through every step. He explains everything step by step, and he's just like a big brother. Like I've known him for years, but he's always been like a big cousin. But like last year, he took me under his wings, explained everything to me, and mentored me, and so became like a bigger brother to me.
Right.
And all of us authors are really close.
Okay. So how many of you are that's under his name now?
Right now, there's me, there's Ranisha Pittman, Niles Manning, Marshawn Jones, Eric Gray, and Chris Green, and him. And I believe he's signing some new people. I just don't know he hasn't released the names yet.
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, you have to turn us on to those authors, bring them on the show. All right, That is awesome. Congratulations to you guys. Wish you much success in 2015 and many more strong years. All right, now, are you guys out there? And so basically, is everybody out in St. Louis, or everybody's pretty much all over the country?
Everyone's all over the country. I'm in St. Louis. Someone's in Memphis. Someone's in Montana. Someone's in New Jersey. Someone's in California. Yeah, so.
Now, you guys, can we find you guys at book signings, or are you guys just totally virtual?
We did the Harlem Book Fair together last year. We did there was a Memphis festival in September. We all went to that together. A few of us went. Everybody couldn't attend in Memphis, but a few of us went to Memphis. And I'm sure we'll get together again this year.
That's right. Because people depending on those festivals to get a chance to meet the public. So how you like, virtual versus up in the face, shaking hands and smiling and signing? Which one you like the best?
I could do both. Sometimes in person can be overwhelming because people on Facebook, people expect how I can explain it. Like, my personality on Facebook is way different from how I am in real life, because in real life I'm so guarded. So people are expecting me to start out how I am on Facebook, live and loud and laughing and cracking jokes, but it takes a while for me to get there once I fill out the situation. So, sometimes people be taken aback by, oh, she ain't like she on Facebook, So it's it could be challenging meeting all these different people, and people feel like they know you because they talk to you on Facebook every day. So it's like they can just walk up to you and girl, and and hug you, and he's like, I don't really know you, but we talk on Facebook,
Yes, you do. You know them, Johnny. You know them now. Once you be a friend, once they family and friend, that's for life. You got to embrace.
There's a few of them that I know that I will, that I know, that are like family for real. But some of them, I don't really know you, man.
They try to get too close, getting in your space. Yeah, that's the way it is. But, people get excited, when they meet authors. They've been through your book. And like you said, you communicate. Social media has really opened up a lot. People opening up their doors to their life. People are like, wow, unless you're going to create a fake one. They like what they see. They want to be part of it, So they're excited for you. All right, that is good. All right, we talking to Jonna B. She's the author of Vengeance and Never Ending Nightmare and Wicked Deceptions, novella. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. talk to her about her books, find out what's going on inside them, in her mind. Hold tight, everybody, for a 60-second commercial break on Book Buzz.
How would you like to have a book that reflects your life? Hi, I'm Mocha Butterfly. I would like to tell you more about my latest book, The Reality of Mocha Butterfly. It's a poetry chapbook capturing my life that covers subjects such as self-esteem, anti-bullying, spirituality, family, friends, love, and heartbreak. You can purchase your copy online at twopenceandlit.com/Thompson. To find out more about me, visit me on Facebook at facebook.com/M8CHA Fly. Thanks for listening.
All right, Cassandra Thompson, check out well-written poetry. Very good read. All right, we talking to Jonna B. from St. Louis, Missouri. She's a Jet fan, though. That's okay. All right, and she signed under Right to Eat Publishing. That's good. Congratulations to her. All right, we're ready to talk about your book now. And they can find you on Amazon.com, correct?
Yes.
All right, where they find Vengeance. Now, Vengeance was just released in December. So right now we don't have no reviews to go over, but she does have a small write-up on the book. So tell us a little bit about Vengeance without giving anything away, and a little bit about your main character, what you like about your main character the most.
Okay, Vengeance is basically, it's the part 2 to Beautiful Nightmare. It's basically the backlash of everything that happened in part 1. That one of the characters did a lot of bad stuff to people, and now her friends are going through everything. Everybody's on their revenge stuff, so everybody's trying to get revenge for their family being hurt, and then there's other people that are, trying to make sure their family doesn't get hurt. It's erotica, violence. And the main character, her name is Cena. She's basically me on paper. It's not my life story, but everything that she is in the book is how I would react to a book, how I am. So I just basically put me in her footsteps.
Wow. So Cena's the main character. So when you wrote her, you had you in mind. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Wow. So is she hot? Cena hot?
Of course, except for she's light-skinned. She's mixed. She's light-skinned. And her best friend was really, really dark. So since I had a really, really dark girl, make a light-skinned girl. But I'm brown-skinned. So
you got to mix it up.
She doesn't look anything like me.
Well, it don't matter. We're just going by personality, right? Is she very emotional? Is she an emotional character?
No, she's very rowdy, protective, loyal, She's going to take up for her family before they take up for themselves type of deal,
All right.
No questions asked. She's there kicking down doors with you.
She could have been a cop. Wow.
I don't know if they would have wanted her, but...
They want her to be a cop, busting up the street world. Yeah, that's what you need. You need those kind of, you got to, when you try and take down animals, you need animals to go get them, right?
Yeah, that's true. Uh-huh.
Yeah, Cena. Okay. So Cena, what you like about Cena the most and what you don't like about her? I mean, were you completely happy the way you wrote her?
I'm completely happy the way I wrote her. Yes, I am.
So what's the best thing about Cena, if you had to sell her?
Loyalty. She's loyal to the bone. Like I said, she's loyal to the bone. Whether you can be wrong with 2 left feet, she still got your back. No questions asked. She's not going to ask why you did nothing. Let's go get it. Let's go do it.
Wow. So why you put you in the Cena? Why you do that?
I don't know. Like, when I wrote part 1 and she was in part 1, as I started writing her and the stuff she would say, it's stuff that I would say. So I just kept with it, you know, I just kept putting me into it. And, like, some of the stuff that she's going through, like, you can honestly tell what I was going through in life. Like, some of the stuff she say, if she's crying, you could tell, like, at that point in my life, I was crying about something. It may not have been the same thing that she was crying about, but it may have been something I was going through at the time.
So you made it really sad when you did go low?
Yeah. I put all my heart, everything. I lost my soul in vengeance. Like, that book
Tell us
right
about
there.
a low. Tell us about a low. The scene. Tell us about one scene she was experiencing a low, a real low.
The love of her life left her because he's younger than her, and he doesn't really know how to, you know, a tragedy happens to him, and he doesn't really know how to, you know, control his emotions and whatnot, and he leaves her because he feels like he needs to be alone. And, you know, she had done some dirty stuff for him, like, you know, got real grimy with him, you know, to make sure that he was okay. And then she wake up one morning and his stuff is packed and he like, I'm gonna go, you know, and that like broke her heart, you know. And she like, what you mean you leaving? So that caused a big argument with them. And while he left, something happened to her, and she's like, where were you? You know, I'm always there for you, but you weren't there for me. So, you know, she got real depressed on it, and, you know, but being her, she's still rowdy and cursing people out, and she wasn't a bitter woman. She wasn't bitter by any means, but that did break her spirit a little bit when he left her when she needed him most.
Wow. So what are people saying about Cena who's reading this book? What are they saying to you on Facebook about her? Did they like it?
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of people say they liked it. A lot of people told me they liked it better than Beautiful Nightmare, which surprised me because Beautiful Nightmare is my favorite book. Maybe because it's my first book that I wrote, but, you know, you're supposed to always top your last, so I'm happy that people like it more than they like Beautiful Nightmare. And this one is way thicker. So Beautiful Nightmare and Vengeance are both paperbacks. I just eventually put them on ebook.
Beautiful Nightmare. Let me look that one up real quick. So you have reviews on Beautiful Nightmare?
Not this version, but if you look at the old version, there are reviews on it.
Right,
I'm still trying to get folks, because I know a lot of people read it, and I'm getting a lot of, you know, I loved it on Facebook. So I'm like, can you put that on Amazon or Goodreads? You know, can you put that on there and not on my Facebook page? So, you know, that's kind of like pulling teeth. But there's two versions of My Beautiful Nightmare. The first version is the one that has a few more reviews than the newer version.
Right. Okay. So which book was your favorite? I know you said because it was your first one, but if you really had to go back and look at it again, would it be anything you would do differently in the first version?
Yeah.
Or is that why you?
I can't really tell you what I would change. I would change the ending of Beautiful Nightmare.
Okay. Okay. And why would you do that?
Because I ended it very dramatically. Let's just say that. I can't really go into detail with it, but I ended it very dramatically. And a lot of people were mad at me the way I ended it. I'm going to see a lot of people were really upset about the way I ended it. But it ended. No, it wasn't a cliffhanger or anything. Like, you could read part 1 and part 2 separately.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Gotcha.
So it's not like it's a continuation, but it's like I just brought the characters out and put them in a different situation from what happened in Beautiful Nightmare.
Now, I'm reading that a lot of people did like the book. They did it with excellent job, well done, great read, page turner. So that being your first book, was that big encouragement, you know, reading those type of reviews?
Yes, it was. Like, it really was. And I get so shy when people talking to me about my books. Like, I just clam up and just start blushing, can't look at them. So I don't know why. But, yeah, like, when people talk to me about it and they want to go into details and talk, that's like really exciting to know that like you remembered that part of my book. You remembered, all these different parts.
Mm-hmm. Now you did have one person wasn't too happy about it. They said, "Boo." They wasn't happy about it. Then somebody said, I guess it was a girl, female. She said it was very freaky. Gave you all 5 stars. So in this book, did you just go for it? You said, shoot, this is my first book. I'm just going for it. See what kind of reaction.
All of my books are erotic. No matter, all of my books are erotic. And you could call it smut, but I write very erotic, very detailed erotica. But there's always a love story, no matter if the girl is psycho, bags of cat crazy. There's still a love story in all my books.
All right. Oh, so you're pretty graphic with the lovemaking scenes, but other than that, you still have like real strong content behind it. Yeah. And the characters are really strong, real strong.
Yeah. No unnecessary sex scenes just pop out of nowhere.
Yeah.
No, there's a story.
Now, if somebody want to try you out, can they get a free download? Can they like just say, let me see what she's like as a writer. See if if it's an exciting read, and I want to be a fan. Is there anything out there they can? Because it's so competitive out there. No,
I don't have anything free. I don't give my books away for free. I'm sorry.
No, that's not how your promotion works.
No. If I was doing if I'm doing a promotional thing and I'm giving away free books, yes. I thought you were talking about like Amazon. My books are sitting on Amazon for free. No, not that way. I wouldn't mind gifting a few copies of my book if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, kind of like how some people do their e-books after a couple years. They have like so many books they start giving some books away just to hook in some new customers, new readers, new fans. Because I like this book, Beautiful Nightmare, the one you released in 2011. That was just in a paperback, correct?
Yes.
All right, okay. So I can understand you still selling that because that's still, you paid for that. That's printed. All right. So that book is still going for $12.64.
No. You're probably looking at the new version that just came back out in September. I took Beautiful Nightmare off the market. It came out December 22nd, 2011, and I took it out. It was out for about a year and a half before I took it back off the market.
Oh, so somebody can't get this book. This is the one where it's like a sunshine and the moon.
No, that's no longer available.
Oh, so they don't remove the books then? They just leave it out there?
Yeah, that's removed. I was just letting you know that you can still see like old reviews. Like it's the same book that's back out again, but it's just edited better, and it's just all around better. Like I took more care with it this time, and it's under my publishing company this time, and it came back out in September.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's a good move there. All right, y'all. We talking to Jonna B. from St. Louis. She's the author of Wicked Deceptions, Vengeance, and Never Ending Nightmare, and Beautiful Nightmare. We're going to take a quick break. All right. So when we come back, we're gonna talk to her some more, get a little bit more out of her about her characters, and then we're going to ask her to close this out. All right. Sound good? You still there? All right. Cool.
Yeah, I'm still here. Sound good.
All right, everybody, hold tight. We're going to listen to a book buzz from Tanika Kane. Hold tight, everybody.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tanika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tanikapatrice.com.
All right. My apologies. I call her Tanika Kane. I meant Tamika Kane. Tanika's coming up next, the poetress. on the 9 o'clock hour. All right. We're talking to Jonna B., fictional writer from St. Louis, Missouri, writing under Right to Eat, and she's writing under Watch My Journey publication. Now, on Beautiful Night, man, did you have a character named Raven in that book?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I was reading that. Now, why does it say men and women fall under her spell at first sight? What was so exciting about the visual of Raven? What's the deal with her?
Well, she was, I guess with everybody, I described her as like, I guess she puts you in mind like dark skin, like a Naomi Campbell. Pretty eyes, dark chocolate, big butt, nice boobs, pretty hair.
Naomi Campbell? You talking Naomi Campbell, the model? She's small.
Well, Naomi Campbell don't have no big booty or nothing like that, but I'm saying like her face would put you in the mind of her.
Okay.
I was telling you the extra stuff she had.
Oh, okay.
And it was just something about her, like, she walked in with an aura,
She's like a Gabriel Union. That's what I like.
Now she's
boy. She is just so seductive looking. She's hot. Man, I've been liking some Gabriel Union from day one. And she looks better with age.
She does. Still looks like she did when she played in Bring It On.
Yeah, all of them. Gina Hall, Regina King. Even Sanaa Lathan. I was looking at her the other day on Housewives, Men of Housewives. They were Husband of Housewives.
Husband of Housewives. Husband of Hollywood.
Yeah, whatever that thing called with Little Man. I can't keep up with all them shows. There's too many of them. That's too many shows. It's just hard enough trying to keep up with your office. I can't get that name.
It's a million of us now.
Yeah, it is. What an industry, but you gotta love it. All right. Well, we ready to get your final thoughts, Jonna B. And I just want to say thank you for coming on Jerry Voice Live. Really appreciate you coming out here and sharing. Especially, this is so exciting to find out about this whole team of writers under Right to Eat Publishing. We would love to, have some of your co-writers on. If you can introduce us through Facebook, would be nice. All right, we always welcome.
Sure will.
Writers on the show, as well as performers and poets and all, singers, you name it. All right, that's what it's all about, marketing, promoting one another. That's what it's all about, helping each other. All right, Jonna B., your final thoughts for tonight's show.
I just had a whole brain freeze.
You sure did. And I got you ready. Look, and I prepared you too. I actually prepared you, but we went to commercial break.
You didn't think of my final, and I had to think about my final thoughts. Like what?
Oh, that's Lord. Cool. I know you had a good time. We had a good time, though. I really enjoyed talking to you.
I had a wonderful time. I thank you for having me. You asked pretty good questions. I didn't feel like I was going into a corner. I was getting boxed in. I thank you for that. I really do, because I'm bad at interviews.
No, you did a great job. I wouldn't have never known that.
I am. I'm horrible.
But, one thing I got to say, you have me really interested in the way you talked about your character and how all your books have, kind of connected and what you put into each character. You made me interested in giving you a shot, being a fan. Not just because you said your scenes are hot, but I like the way you describe your characters being this way. And black men, we love black women, and especially the ones that bring, I'm not just saying beauty to the screen, but their personality. And so you have a very good personality. You said you put that piece of you into Cena. So I'm really anxious to read Cena, about her character. Yeah. Now I hope my audience will see the same thing, will want the same thing. That was good the way you did that. I like that. Awesome.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
You asked me earlier about a book. I have a short book that I put out for people to get to get a feel of how I write. It's called Sex on the Rocks. It's 99 cents. It's not free right now, but it's 99 cents. And I've gotten a lot of good feedback on that one. And while people read that, it made them read my other book. So,
all right. Sex on the Rocks. That's ROX. And that's under your name, Jonna B? They can find that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that published under your company or Right to Eat? Publisher?
That's still under my first publishing company, but it's really under me, their name just under it. It's hard to explain, but it's mine.
Yeah, as long as it's yours, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
All right. All right, well, so I guess we'll just say that's your final thoughts. Go buy Sex on the Rocks. Right?
Well, thank you for having me. Yes, sir.
You're welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you guys all the time, and I'm going to tell you, John B., every time I'm on this show, we find that, we discover a new guest, somebody like you that, a lot of people don't know about. And I always tell people, you want to hear the good stuff, the real good stuff on Jerry Royce Live, you got to come to Positive Power 21.org or Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And we see you at the 9 o'clock hour. Take care. Thank you, John B. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on Positive Power 21.org and Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. Thank you, everybody. Take care. Have an awesome week. And we see you on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. Take care.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions. And when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce Live, PositivePower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
Hey, this is Teresa Browning from Rock Hill, South Carolina, and I am on Jerry Royce Live.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandra Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Mama Keith with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's Positive Power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Fighting Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to FightingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
All right, there's my applause. They finally put it back in the show. All right, y'all, welcome. Thank you for joining us on PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and we do have a big book buzz sponsor. Well, I couldn't get it out. Book buzz sponsor, Darlene Rucker Williams. She's sponsoring this show with my girl, Teresa Browning. So hold tight, everybody. Darlene Rucker Williams.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
All right. I hope y'all wrote down that website because I forget every night. I forget to write it down. But anyway, check her out. You can Google her, Darlene Rucker Williams, and check out her gift bag. She does a spectacular job because there are people out there like Granny and aunts and stuff. They have everything. You don't know what to get them. You know, so sometimes you don't want to just give them a gift card because they can't get out. You know, and she'll ship it too. So choose anything you want, NFL, baseball, you know, doggy baskets, you name it. All right. We on the show tonight with Teresa Mason Browning. Oh, so excited. And one of the things I want to say before we bring Teresa on, for all you guys that are sitting out there in our virtual studio listening to the show live. Also, it's going to be streaming tonight, so you can share it with your friends. If you really want to support us, Teresa Mason Brown and Jerry Royce Live and the sponsors of the show, share it within your Facebook page. Because Facebook is a strange community when it comes to posting, but you have to keep at it. That's what you got to do. You got to inbox people. You just got to hit them up and say, hey, support my friend. Because that's how we have to do it, y'all. One day I'm going to do a complete presentation on how to market on social media. But for tonight, we're going to market Teresa Mason Brown and her book called A Black Man's Pain. All right. And Teresa, also, tell your friends, they definitely going to have to follow us on Spreaker.com so they can hear all the other good guests that be coming on the show. All right, so we're going to read your bio and we're going to bring you on. Teresa Mason Browning, 1961, the president, was born in Lawton, Oklahoma. Wow, I don't know anybody living in Oklahoma. Parents were in the military, grew up traveling, returned to Washington, D.C. in the 70s. Her first book, Why I Kept My Past a Secret, was in the top 10 books of the year 2001 and 2003, Mosaic Books. Ms. Browning now resides in the South somewhere. She didn't give me the whole thing. Well, we'll figure it out. She first discovered her passion for writing at the early age of 13. She would sit alone and write for hours about her thoughts, dreams, and about people around her. She wrote in her journal every day. As the years passed, she decided to take her journal and put her thoughts in a book form. She said, as a self-published author, I actually didn't start putting my work together for a novel until my children were in their last few years of high school. They were very supportive in my goal of becoming a writer. Getting my work published was the easy part. It is you who must be able to walk through the door in your season to deliver the message. If you reach one person with your message from what you have written, you know you have achieved the goal you personally set out to do. For all of you who have taken me out of your busy day to read through the pages of these books, I extend a gracious thank you. I hope that they have been blessings to you and have allowed you to release everything that has held you back from accomplishing your hopes and dreams in life. Peace and love, Teresa M. Browning, a.k.a. Miss T, the author. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing absolutely wonderful, Jerry, and thank you for having me on the Jerry Royce Live.
That's right. Worldwide, baby. I'm glad to have you. And thank you for your patience. You know, I'm just so happy to have sponsors, and I know sometimes they run a little long, but we got to support each other. We always talk about it, but see, I'm walking the walk now. I'm not just talking about it now. So I hope everybody who's supporting you tonight will continue to support you by, you know, pushing you out there to their friends, too. Because I think this is a good book. And I can't wait to hear you talk about it. But right now, we want to know, who is Teresa Mason Browning?
Teresa Mason Browning is from Washington, D.C., Maryland area, but I actually live in Rock Hill, South Carolina, and I've actually been living down south for 20 years. And I decided to move my family 20 years ago from the Washington, D.C. area just to give them a better life. So I am a mother of 5 grown children, and I have 3 wonderful grandchildren. I am a motivational speaker as well as an author. And I have a lot of different avenues to tap into. I am a blogger. Well, I blog every day. And I'm busy. I'm a real busy person, but I take time out, you know, to give God some. And I also take time out, you know, to work in my community. So that's just a little bit about Miss Author T.
So you're a blog guru? Is that what you are?
Oh, yes.
That's the same as social media, right? Blogging?
Yeah.
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 All right. Good. So we're gonna get a chance to get to know you for the next 15 minutes before we take our break and introduce some other sponsors of the show. That's what we do. We promote people. All right. Now, you're big out there in promoting. I see your supporters all inside the virtual studio listening to you right now. We want to learn something tonight. Okay. Now, you said you've been writing for a long time. Who pushed you into writing?
Actually, I have been writing since I was 13. I kind of got lost into finding a way to express myself, so I just learned to put everything in a journal. But I actually got my first, I guess I got my first push with becoming a published writer. My great friend Marcia Page, read my journal, and she said, I think you have what it takes to become a writer. And she said, I want to see you do this. So she kind of pushed me out there and said, take your journal and make it into a novel. And so that's what I did.
So did you shop it around to other publishers, or you just decided to do it on your own?
Well, when I first came out, I was with a particular company out of New York, and it wasn't really favorable. It didn't give me actually what I needed, and because I was green and didn't have a lot up under my belt, there were a lot of things missing. So I went back home and did my homework, and I decided to become a independent author, meaning I would put my own work out and sponsor myself, and I would push my own work, and that's what I did. And I actually like that better because I got to meet people, I got to autograph books on site, and I got to go different places, and then as a motivational speaker, I got to go out and speak about the different things that we talked about in the book. So it made it, all more worth it to me.
Yeah, so it all kind of came together with the speaking and the mentoring and the writing. Because I always felt, in my opinion, to me, a established speaker should have a published book or some book, something that they can put in somebody's hand after they finish, hyping them up. I think it's got to call you hype people up and just walk out the door and don't leave them nothing, not even a CD. So that's good. Now, do you move CDs as well?
You know what? I don't actually move CDs. I do. My books are in paperback as well as ebooks. So no CDs yet. But you know what? Just wait on it. It'll be there.
That's right. Now you consider yourself to be an entrepreneur, correct?
Yes. All right. Very much so.
So being a motivational speaker, why didn't you go that route first? Since that could be an easy download from iTunes. Since you're a blogger and everything.
Right.
So why the CD didn't come out first?
Well, you know what? I guess because I was more focused on getting a message out through books. Mm-hmm. And even though I know that I'm a great speaker, I still wanted to concentrate more on putting out my novels first and then let the platform of me being a motivational speaker be second, even though I have had some people say, hey, can you come out and speak to a group and then bring your books with you? So it's a two-edged sword. So you can do that, but my main platform, I wanted to be an author, and I wanted to study the craft. I wanted to be out there, and I wanted to be able to give people something that they could, really read and enjoy.
Yeah, that's true. Now, so the CD is in the making.
Oh, we'll get there. Yes, sir. We'll get there. Trust and believe.
How you feel about audiobooks? Because I know that's really popular for people who are commuting, that's driving. You remember what DC is like.
Oh, of course.
You're in the car when you're sitting at your desk. So, and that little short lunch break just not going to do it. You're too tired to sit and read. But you don't mind closing your eyes, listening to, and you sound like you could be a very, very good speaker, very soothing voice, marketing your voice, your words, your written words, bringing it all together. So now, would that fall under a publishing company? And do you own a publishing company, or are you just one big company right now?
You know what? I actually have True Heart Publishing, and that's a company that I'm still working on putting together. So it's my baby, and I'm still working on it, but I actually do everything myself. I make sure that I'm using the proper channels to get, what I need to get the book published, and to I have a team of people that actually work with me, so it's a good team. So yeah, I could say that we have a good company.
All right, good. And what makes you happy? What makes Teresa M. Browning happy? What you like to see happen?
What makes me happy is being able to have someone come up and say, hey, like I was in Virginia and I was on a spiritual trip with my church, and then out of nowhere we stopped at a rest stop, and somebody came up to me, a young lady came up to me, and she said, hey, I know you. And she said, you're the lady that wrote that book. And I'm like, okay, half sleepy, and I'm like, what? And we were in a totally different town from where I lived at, and somebody noticed me and said, hey, I like your work. And she actually said, do you have any books with you? That's where I want to be. I want to be able to have people recognize me and say, hey, I want more of your work. Do you have anything with you? Because, like I said, if I can reach one person, I know that I've done the job that is required of me. So, and that makes me smile because I know that I'm helping somebody.
Yeah. So why did you write the book?
It depends on which book you're talking about.
Oh. Let's see. Well, let's talk about why you wrote The Black Man's Pain before we get into... Oh, matter of fact, we'll hold on that. We're going to wait. I'm going to hold that question off. All right, my next question was, what's big for you? What you like to see happen in 2015 for you and your company?
In 2015, what I'd like to have for me and my team is for us to get the credit that we're due, because I think it's long overdue for me. And like I said, I come from Washington, D.C., but I've been down south 20 years. However, I believe that people have been sleeping on me, and there's a good writer right here in front of you, and a lot of people don't know it. And I would like to see us go up as a company as one of the leading authors to look out for.
Yeah, well, I hope your sales go out the roof, you know. Now, what's one of your personal goals? What's personal you'd like to see happen for Teresa and Brownie?
One of my personal goals, a personal goal of mine is that I want to be able to travel more because I haven't been able to do that. So one of my personal goals is to go abroad and see some things before, what they say, you're too old to enjoy it. So I want to get out there and I want to travel.
So what's first on your list?
If I could say what's first on my list, it might be high up on the list. I'd like to go to Paris. I really would.
Yeah.
I'd like to go to Paris.
And that is a brilliant. My best friend and my sister-in-law just came back. Well, they went in June, and she just can't stop talking about it, just like she went yesterday.
And that's how I want to be because, you know, as we get older, you know, I want to be able to enjoy the things that I can get out and see the different components to what Paris has. And it's always been beautiful to me. And I said, if I can get one place, I'd like to go to Paris. I'd like to be able to visit.
Yeah, that's going to happen for you. Now, the big talk now out there in the business world and management is work-life balance. Now, did Teresa M. Browning, does she have life and work balance? Does she know the difference?
Now, I do know the difference because I try to balance everything that I do, you know, because I work in my church, I work out physically, you know, I make sure that I get some me time in there. And, of course, I'm a hard worker when it comes to my craft because, you know, if you're slowful on your craft, how are people going to get to know who you are? So, yes, I know how to balance that. But I will say this, I didn't always have it together. No one does. That's something that we have to learn and apply it. So over the past few years, I've done better at balancing personal life, work ethics, work, you know, job, and then, you know, like working in my community and being able to give back. Because I'm a giver, and anybody that's listening, if they know me, they know that I'm a giver. I love to give because it's not all about what you're going to get. I want to be able to give some things as well.
That's right. That's right. But it doesn't hurt to receive those blessings from the good Lord, because I'm going to tell you, my staff, Studio 21.2, we grind so hard in 2014. We had some goals that, you know, we didn't even know they were realistic because we didn't really have anybody really compare ourselves to. Because this, you know, you look out there right now, and the reason why I'm pushing you to do some voiceover work is because when I need some motivation, it's not a lot of people out there. I mean, sometimes you get a little tired of the same old. You know, you'd like to see some independence out there giving you the spoken word, you know, giving you some encouragement and some motivation. And so I love to type in your name and you come up all over YouTube and I get to hear what you telling people, you know, where I can't buy a ticket because I don't live down south. So I want to see you on YouTube or be able to download you from iTunes. So that's why I'm pumping you up, because sometimes you get tired of Les Brown and Tony Robbins and Marie Folio, all those people. You just kind of, sometimes you want to hear a different flavor, you know, from our people, where we come from. You know, that's why you probably said, Jerry beat me up with me doing the MP3.
No, you know what, Jerry, you know what, it makes a lot of sense. And, you know, like I said, when you're sitting back thinking about it now, it is something that I know that I can do, you know, but like you said, you want to do things in small increments so it doesn't become overwhelming. So that is something I am going to look further into, you know, as we speak. Yeah,
I want you to do it too, because I'm going to tell you, people are hungry and they looking for something. You know, you learn better from your people. I mean, I admit, I picked up a lot of like tech stuff and business stuff and this thing, but you know, it takes our people, to me, to really give you the real flavor, what the real deal is, you know, when it comes to business, you know. So it's like sometimes you feel like you out there alone, you know, learning this stuff, and it's a lot to learn, you know, when you're dealing with family, relationships, and friends. You know, you got to know, you know, what the deal is, you know. All right. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. It's not really a quick break, but I got to get these ladies in. When we come back, we're going to finish talking to Teresa M. Browning, a.k.a. Miss T, the author, and her book, A Black Man's Pain. I can't wait to hear what she got to say about the black man pain. All right? So hold tight, everybody. All right, here we go. Another episode of Book Buzz.
What's stopping you from making more, having more, and being more? Hi, I'm Helen McMillan. I'm a success coach. I can help you shift into your $1 million zone of joyful success. Be your most magnetic, confident, and powerful self. The first step is to get my free ebook, 7 Simple Ways to Shift into Your $1 Million Zone. Go to www.yourmilliondollarzone.com and download it now.
What happens when a man meets a woman who's everything he wished his girlfriend was? Is his girlfriend's unconditional love and ride-or-die loyalty worth dealing with in her baggage? Find out the consequences of a man's need of self-completion and learn a lesson that everything comes with a price. The Lesson by Miss Cynthia Blue on Amazon.com.
Are you ready to discover your spiritual potential? This is Lane Cobb, spiritual wellness coach and owner of Straight Talk Coaching for Women, your source for enlightened and empowered living, offering products and services to help busy women see who they really are so they can be who they really want to be. Contact us at www.straighttalkcoaching.com or call 443-756-8391 to empower your spirit and achieve your full potential.
All right, everybody. Those are our sponsors, Book Buzz for Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. And all of our commercials are done virtually right here in our studio. And we have a good time, too. And we help you write your script. All those scripts are written right on the spot. That's right, by our in-house writers. All right, we're talking to Teresa Mason Browning. She's the author of A Black Man's Pain. I guess it's about a young boy named Irvin. All right. So, Teresa, you ready to tell us a little bit about your main character and why you wrote this book?
I came up with this story from a great friend of mine named Everett, and one day he was just telling me some things about himself and some things that he had gone through, and I wanted to paint my brothers in a better light, because we're always writing stories or we're always reading stories about what women go through and how women have to overcome and what the man has done to the woman. So I began to think, what if the shoe was on the other foot and I was to write a story about what a man went through? So I chose to write a story about what a man went through.
Good. So how many books have you penned so far under your name?
I have penned, this is my 4th novel.
4th novel. All right.
Right.
The Black Man's Pain is the 4th book?
Yes.
Okay, because I know some people write books and they put them on the shelf for a while and then they bring them, they pull them back off. All right, so this is the 4th book. You excited about it?
Oh, I'm past excited because, I know that at some point people or women, should I say, may have a few things to say to me as far as how I'm painting the black man, but I think that after they really see the story, they'll fall in love with the characters, they'll hate the characters, they'll be able to understand what it is I was trying to convey in the message, and the reason that I wrote the book. So I am so excited.
Yeah. Now, this book was just released, because I didn't see a date on Amazon.
You know what? The book is released, it is, but we're going to have this grand old party on January the 23rd where we'll actually, have the balloons and whistles to say, hey, A Black Man's Pain will, actually go worldwide live, but it is live, yes.
Yeah, all right. Now, you have some help on the book. I see a few names. You'd like to give them a shout-out? and credit?
You know what? I'd like to definitely do that because I wouldn't be who I am if I didn't have the team that works with me. Brenda Means out of Washington, D.C. is my editor-in-chief, and I also have a co-editor-in-chief, and his name is Prince. And he does a lot of work, and he's reigning out of Virginia. And these two people, I wouldn't know what to do without them. And then my publicist, you know, I wouldn't know what to do without her as well because she keeps me grounded and she makes sure that I'm where I'm supposed to be. And if I'm not, she'll pull me back in. And then most of all, I want to thank my family, you know, and my close friends that have stood, you know, by me because, you know, sometimes, you know, there are going to be obstacles that will come in your way, and people will say, oh, you're not what you think you are, or oh, you're not what, you know, you're just not a writer, you know. But if you let everybody knock you down, you'll never get to the top. And my motto is I won't stop until I reach the top. So I thank God for the team that I do have and that does support me.
Yeah, you do need that support, man. And I appreciate my staff, too, man. We have fun with this thing, too. And we're going to probably start doing a little bit more on camera with them so people can see what's involved when you have a family business. Because this is what it is. You know, it falls under my dad's company brand, Voice Enterprise Incorporated. So I want to give him a shout-out, too. So I'm so proud of my father for, you know, pushing me in this direction. He's one of my biggest fans. And I know your family is the same way. I know they're just so excited. Sometimes they're a little quiet, but then when they see you still at it, year 1, year 2, year 3, then they say, okay. You know, because you know how many times you've seen people went out there and did Mary Kay and Amway, and next thing you know, say, what you doing? They selling brownies, cookies at time. They just not thinking at it long enough. So what are your family members saying about this, about your, you know, your newfound, you know, business?
You know what? I don't talk about it very much with my family, but I feel like that they are proud of me and they are watching. They're just sitting back. And, you know, like I said, I've been at this craft for 14 years. So this is not something that I just picked up and decided that, hey, yeah, I'm going to do it today, but tomorrow I'm going to do something different. No, I'm in it for the long haul. And when I first decided to come out as an author, I had their full support, and they actually read my work. And so they were pleased with it. And, of course, my daughter at one time worked for me. So, you know, they understand what it is, and they know that, hey, when mama's out there grinding, she's doing just what it is she's doing. She's grinding. So, you know, I believe I have their support, you know, and I do have the support of a small group of close friends that, you know, keep me grounded as well. And, you know, like you say, when you think you're about to fall to pieces, they say, okay, get back in line. So, you know, yeah, they're there for me.
Now, you being a motivational speaker, are you including the character Irvin in your motivation, your speaking? You know, when you're speaking to people about a black man's pain?
If it comes to that, yes, I will, because I think that we have painted such an ugly picture about the black man that, yes, it should be talked about. Yes, we do need to motivate our women to see things differently. I mean, not all women. I can't put everybody in that same category, but there are some women out here that are missing a couple of, you know, screws. And it's not all about what he did to you or what you did to him. It's about what you do to each other. So, yes, I do talk about that. And you know, and we want to make sure that we paint it, you know, paint the picture as it should be painted.
Yeah, that'll be deep, you know, somebody standing up on stage doing a speaking series on the black man's pain. You know, I don't care if it's on YouTube. That'll be interesting documentary, because a lot of people really don't know what we go through. I mean, sometimes you see these guys, you know, you see them with their family, they're getting out their SUV, they got, you know, little Bobby and little Sarah getting out, and then the wife, but you really don't know what's going on behind those bricks and sticks, you know, behind that front door. You know, what is he going through in a job to give his family an American dream? You know, what is he going through just to get a little piece of the action when it comes to government procurement contracts? You know, for him to get that extra nickel raise, you know, and he's working already 3 times as hard as everybody else. And then he's dealing with the black overseer, you know, the guy who's watching you, the black man you think's supposed to look out for you. And that's one of the things I talk to a lot of the young guys about. I say, you know what? sometimes it's hard to move up, even in a good company, if you don't have nobody sponsoring you. Now, let's talk about Irvin. You know, what is he going through in this book as a black man?
Well, you know what? Irvin was a man that actually took on the role of taking care of his family. And even though he had a wife, it was like she wasn't there because she was, like, doing her own thing. But Irvin's, journey started as a young boy, because he was born a bastard child. And, for the first 5 years of his life, his grandparents were all the parents that he knew. And then one day his mother decided, I want to come and get my son. So he had to be uprooted and move in with his, mother and brother. And it was scary for him because he wasn't used to what he saw. He didn't realize that what he was stepping into wasn't what he thought it would be. And it was a challenge. And when a man is scarred from birth up into manhood, he's carrying a lot of baggage. Some men choose to talk about what it is that they go through, and then you have some men that won't talk about it. They'll, they'll overwork themselves. They'll work harder because they don't want to release that pressure, or they don't want to talk about what happened in their past. But Irvin was one of those men that he vowed that he would take care of his family and that he wouldn't become a statistic, or that his children wouldn't be fatherless.
Wow. Man, his story sounds like that Ray Lewis story, the football player. You know, same thing, You want to make sure you and your children's life, because your dad wasn't there and your grandfather wasn't there for him. It's like you find out later on that it was a generational curse,
Right.
But it has to stop. Somebody has to break the cycle. Now, Irvin moved in with his mom, and he saw some things that he wasn't used to seeing. Is that what happened?
Oh, yes. And even though his big brother told him he was going to see these things, he didn't know. He didn't know just to the ramifications where it would take him, and just to see those things and grow up with those thoughts in your mind that that's how I want to be. You're already scarred. You're already messed up from the beginning. But he felt like he could change his ways because he didn't want to be like everybody else was after he got a certain age. Well, he had to go through something to get there, because it wasn't something that just fell in his lap. He had to really go through something before he realized that, no, I don't want to be the same way my mother and my brother. I don't want to be like them. I want to be my own man. I want to be trustworthy. I want to be able to, instill positivity in my kids. And by his mother being promiscuous, or should you say downright a whore, you're talking about a boy 4 or 5 years old, and you're looking through the crack in the wall, and all you see is your mother doing the wild thing, and you're like, what? Who does this? But this is something that this black man had to face. And then as a man growing up, what do you think he wanted to do? He wanted to do the exact thing he saw his mother doing. And then as he got older, he saw his brother doing it, so he wanted to do it too. So it takes you through a journey, but I think it's a journey worth reading. It's one of those novels that will make you cry, make you cuss, make you laugh, make you feel sexy. It's one of those books that you can see yourself in, or you can see your loved one in, or you can see your cousin, your uncle, your mother. It has a lot of, depth.
Life lessons, life lessons in there.
Yes, a lot.
Now, who should read this book?
I think, what? Actually, I'm thinking anyone from 16 on up can read the book. And if they're intelligent, I would say 14. Because I think it's worth reading. And not only is it worth reading, I think it's educational because it shows what a man goes through if you're not careful. And man and woman can read the book and find themselves, they could, be able to identify with it.
Mm-hmm. Now you said this was based on a friend of yours' life.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Wow. Yes. So how did he turn out?
Excellent. He's, you know, when I look at him now as a grown man, why you wouldn't think looking at him that he had been through all that he's been through, and he still has joy. He has God first in his life. He reared his children. Phenomenal brother, hard worker, and just elated that, you know, I stuck to my guns and I wrote his story. You know, he was very pleased, very pleased.
Good. Wow. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we come back. We're going to get your final thoughts on Irvin, the black man's pain. And we appreciate you being on here and sharing your story or his story, your friend's story. It's awesome. All right, hold tight, everybody. We're going to take a quick break. All right, Book Buzz. And don't forget, you guys that's out there, you really want to support Jerry Royce Live worldwide, go out to Spreaker.com/PositivePower21 and follow us so you can get all these great shows, because we get these kind of stories all the time, and we have like 300-something shows out there, so check it out. It won't let you down. I mean, you're going to hear some stories, you'll be like, whoa. You know, have you shaking in your boots. All right, hold tight. Episode of Book Buzz with Ramon Marquise and Cripps. Yeah, MF Cripps. Here we go.
Everyone loves a good journey, whether by boat, car, or plane. But have you ever been on a journey that was highly enjoyable and you never had to go anywhere? Well, this 69 The Crimson Edition does just that. 20 scintillating real-life escapades that will take you to places you had no idea you could go. www.thekeysbox.com is where you can enjoy this journey. That's www.thekeysbox.com.
Do you wish you could rock a short Caesar haircut? Come take the journey and read the novelette, My Intimate Journey with Caesar, by M.S. Crest. This novelette carries a young woman's life journey, toils, and an intimate connection to her Caesar. You will feel excitement, pleasure, pain, and ultimately shock as you follow the journey at www.mscrest.com. MSKREPS.com.
All right. Let's become a bestseller out there in Facebook land. All right, we're talking to Teresa M. Brown, the author of A Black Man's Pain. And Teresa, what's your website where people can go and check you out?
You can go out to www.teresambrowning.com.
All right. You hear that, y'all? TeresaMBrowning.com. And they can buy the book off your site, and your other books are being off there as well. Read your bio, support this young lady, her business. All right, that's a good one. All right, any chance you pick up some other authors on your journey? Is that a plan? You know, to bring others on board.
You know, I do have a couple of authors that I'm working with presently at this moment. Right now. So, yes, we are going to bring some other authors, and hopefully we can get them on the platform before 2015 is over. So, yes, we do have that coming under our belt as well. I just want to say thank you for allowing me to come on, you know, the Jerry Royce Live show and just talk about A Black Man's Pain. And like I said, all your support is appreciated.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on, and I hope everybody pick up that book, understand what brothers are going through, and like I said, pick this book up, listen to some of our shows. We have tons of women who've been on the show who've been through some really rough stuff with some brothers, and I mean, of course, those guys weren't on the show to defend themselves, because, I'm not Dr. Phil, so those guys didn't have an opportunity to defend themselves, but we had an opportunity to listen to their story, the abuse, the batter, the language, you name it. Whew. Ooh, man, there's some stories out there. But, the brothers are going through some things. Of course, no excuse. Of course, a lot of us out there are fatherless, no grandfather, no role models in the community, to help us, teach us, what we see we think is the right way. It's not true in some cases. But hopefully this book is a teaching, it's a learning, it's a teaching lesson, a lesson for somebody who pick it up. So if somebody going to pick that book up, Teresa, and they're going to walk away and say, whoa, is that the way it's supposed to be? You know, at the end of the story, they're going to know what life is about.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And it will definitely make a difference in how they view a man.
Yeah, that's right.
Because there are some good men out here, and I want it to be told that there are some good men out here. All black men are not trash, and all black men are not out here to hurt us. There are some other things going on as well.
That's right. So, guys, when he finished his book, so it's laid out for him. He's going to know what to do. It's like his plan, you know, his storyboard. Just follow it. He'll be all right. You know.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, because you got some guys out here. They don't have anybody to teach them anything. You know, they're just watching the gangsters and the thugs. Show them the way. All right, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to tell you, Teresa, I tell people all the time when they listen to this show, if you want to hear the good stuff, the real good stuff, you got to tune in to Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21 or go to my website. My website will have everything out there, positivepower21.org, and share this. Share this with your friends. Share Teresa's stories. Share my friends' stories. There's some good stories out there. Oprah not the only person out there telling stories. Right, Teresa?
You got that right, yes.
That's right. There's others, and we're better than her. That's right.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So check us out, y'all. Please check us out. I need 1 million people to follow me so Teresa can sell some books. All right, everybody. Take care. I'm Jerry Royce, live on PositivePower21.org. Take care and continue to follow us. We appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right. All right, Teresa, hold tight, all right?
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Cotton.
Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Bill Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. But when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceuticals, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.TamikaPatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
All right. I guess that's the last book buzz. All right, I gotta get used to this new format. They forgot my applause. That's my
Yay!
Yeah, we got Robin Lynn here tonight, y'all. But hold tight, Rob. We got one more thing to do. All right. Okay. I want to thank everybody for joining us and welcome to PositivePower21.org for 2015. I am Jerry Royce Live. We do have one big book buzz sponsor that's sponsoring this show tonight with Robin Lynn's production, and that's Darlene Rucker-Williams, my good friend. So we're going to play this through, then we're going to get Robin Lynn Maben on the show. So hold tight, everybody, for this sponsorship from my good friend, Darlene Rucker-Williams.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker-Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
All right. That's Darlene Rucker-Williams. She's one of our big sponsors for Book Buzz. Thanks a lot. All right. We got Robin Lynn tonight. We're going to read her bio, then we're going to bring her on right after our promo for this week. And we're so excited to talk to her. All right. Robin Lynn was born on May 7, 1962. Is Mary J. and Rose Annette Maben. Growing up in Tacoma, Washington, Robin Lynn attended Henry Foss High School and enlisted in the United States Air Force at the ripe age of 17. Robin Lynn served our country from 1980 to 88, where she acquired a phenomenal skill set in telecommunications and computer operation. She also acquired post-traumatic stress disorder due to a sexual assault that occurred early on in her military career. This condition went undiagnosed and untreated for over 20 years and became the contributing factor to homelessness and unemployment. And we're going to get into all of that with Robin. And the next voice you hear will be with Robin Lynn Maben right after this message. Hold tight, everybody. What's up, everybody? What's going on at Jerry Royce Live Worldwide? Just want to give you an update for this week. That's right. Wednesday, January 7th, we got author Johnny Brown at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and we have Devon Callahan at 9 o'clock following that show. It's going to be all good. We got to find out what Devon been up to. He's an old friend from way back, and he writes under the name Scholar Writes, and we have to find out what that brother's up to. Last time I talked to him, he was living in Texas, he was in California before that, and then before that, I think he was in Korea. So we will find out what Devon Callahan is up to these days. All right, check us out. Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. All right. That's my man, too. Can't wait to talk to him, but it's been a long time. All right, but tonight we're talking to Robin Lynn Maben. She is the guru. That's right. She's the guru of internet marketing and promotion. My hero. What's going on, Robin? How you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing really good. Very happy to be here. Thank you, Jerry.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And the first question is, who is Robin Lynn Mabin?
Oh, wow. Well, I'm something else, I can tell you that. Veteran, mother, minister, champion of the people, teacher, motivator, sponsor, I don't know what else.
You forgot to say social media guru.
Yes, social media guru. So I'm told, streaming queen. I hear I'm streaming the Saturn these days, and so.
That is awesome. That's awesome. So much to learn from you. I'm still waiting on my video that you promised me over the Christmas holiday. Remember that conversation?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There was so much going on. You know, the holidays and everything. The holidays came, I forgot about everything else. All the presents and the presents and the presents.
That's right. I know. Well, I didn't forget about mine. They were well deserved. My family hooked me up. That's right. All my gear just in time because my team made the playoffs. And I'm not trying to brag, y'all. We just used to that here in the Baltimore area, that our team make it to the playoffs. And last year we didn't make it. You know, we understand. Sometimes you just got to set aside, let somebody else have their turn. But we're not used to that around here. So we say, hey, they had their turn. Now it's time for us to get back into the big tournament. And so they hooked me up this year. I got some wonderful gifts under the tree. And that's
awesome. It'd be great if they end up playing with the Seahawks this year. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I know. That's what everybody wants to see. But I'm here now and everybody wants to see the Cowboys in the Super Bowl, you know?
Yeah.
They want to see a more experienced quarterback. All right. Yeah. Well, we talking to Robin Lynn Mabin. She just told us who she is. You know, she's community outreach, leadership development, public speaking, coaching, strategic planning, all that good stuff. But one of the things, you know, that just hit me when I was reading your bio, and a lot of people don't understand it, because I work for the federal government, and I know one of the priorities from Washington, from the White House, from President Obama was to hire our veterans, you know, the ones that were getting out, you know, they'd done their time, and they still have a little bit more time left, and skill set that we need drastically in the federal government, especially the technical side, and a lot of professionalism also, I must add. You had some problems. You were a telecommunications specialist, computer operations, doing your job, but then something happened, an attack. You mind sharing that story with us?
Yeah, well, actually, 1 month into my military service, I had just completed basic training, and I was in tech school at Shepherd Air Force Base in Texas there. And I got sick. I ended up getting pneumonia some kind of way, and so I went to the doctor to sick call. And while I was there waiting to be seen, I was raped in the medical hospital by another military member. Yeah. And I was just 17 years old, and, you know, the whole experience, it happened so fast, and it was just really so surreal that I didn't even cry out for help or scream. And because of that, I didn't even, you know, in my mind, I just kind of put it away, and in my mind, it didn't even occur to me that I was raped. You know, when you go in the service, they yell at you and they tell you not to fraternize, and they keep you separated, the males and the females and all of that. And then they say, you know, don't get caught out by the dumpster with the guys and stuff like that. And, you know, they're just really strict like that. And so I never said anything because I thought if I did say anything, they wouldn't believe me and I was going to be in trouble. So consequently, I went through my whole military career and I didn't say anything to anybody, not even until 20 years after I got out of the service. Yeah.
That's terrible. And those things happen all the time when, you know, police force, all of them, you know, and it's a shame because you're there to help protect. You know?
And it's still prevalent to this day. And not only women are victims. Men are victims of military sexual trauma too. And in fact, the whole military experience is traumatic. And I would venture to say that 100% of the people serving in the military will come out traumatized and will develop post-traumatic stress disorder. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So that doesn't matter if they are at, in fighting or not. Just sitting behind a desk, they can get it.
Well, because of the things that you're exposed to, there's always like a balance of power that's going on, and then they also, for some of the things that we're trained for, they train us to kill. Okay. Mm-hmm. They train us to go in and accomplish some things, and they kind of like put us on command, and they never take us off. That's why you end up with all these military people and ex-military people either on the police force or are unloosed on society, killing people. Yeah. And other things. Yeah. Yeah.
And you think about it too, you figure, soldier come out of the military, he's trained, to handle all types of situations. You think he would make the best law enforcement officer, but in some cases they may make the worst. You may not want that person to have a gun. But with the training and everything, you think they can handle it. But you're saying in some cases, no, not everybody should be involved with, any type of violence or anything like that, because they may not be able to handle in a diplomatic way.
And it's traumatic. Could you imagine being trained to kill? We're not wired like that. So somewhere in your psyche, you have to go somewhere dark and deep in order to do that. And then they never debrief you. They never debrief you. They, like even a canine dog, okay? They will put that dog on command and then take him off and give him a reward, pet him and all that, right? They don't do that with the people in the military. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You think about the dogs that were serving on law enforcement. Eventually, they go to homes, and they do kind of like bring them back down, do some programs to get them used to being around people and children.
They go like this: sick 'em, and then they go down, boy. See, they don't do that with us. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a setup.
Yeah, and they do a good job getting you guys trained. You're talking about you getting a paycheck to go put your life on the line. It's like, whoa, that don't sound like a good one. That don't sound like a good deal to me.
It's really quite frightening, because I found that I've been out of the service 30 some odd years now, and in certain situations, all that training that I had years ago will kick in without even a thought.
Wow.
Yeah, I can still run. Not even memory. It's training and conditioning. And so I can still run. I can still execute some very, very self-defense, and survival skills, all of that. So it's amazing.
Yeah, it is. They know what they were doing. But you're talking about the military has been around for a very long time, and some of those that training technique are very old. Because my dad was a drill sergeant, and I've seen some situations where we looked at him to take over. Something's going on, and they know what to do. It's like automatically you just kick into that mode. You feel safe. You want to handle it, even without a weapon. All right. Well, we keep you in prayer. We would definitely keep you in prayer.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Now, so over the years, you were able to, I guess, find some healing mechanism to help cope with society. And for those that are listening, who's same experience, getting out of the military, trying to live a normal life, what are some of the things you have done to make life normal?
Well, first of all, I did not pick up on any of the techniques or anything, so I spent the better part of 10 plus years homeless, drug addicted, and again, the post-traumatic stress disorder was untreated and undiagnosed. And I also consequently found out that I'm bipolar. So, you know, I was out there just really out there like that. And basically, what I ended up doing, one of the reasons why it took me so long to overcome the homelessness is because I just kind of retreated. And so I would stay out of the shelters. I would stay out of where everybody was at because it was further abuse. And I would do things like stay in the park by a tree, away from the crowds, away from where anybody could see me, because it seemed like I'm very attractive, and my attractiveness is what drew everything. And then everything after, when everyone was attracted to me, right after that came the punch or the whatever. And so I would I downplaying my looks, and I didn't want to be noticed, and so that really interfered with with my ability to speak up for myself and to get help. Plus, I had no idea. I knew something was wrong with me, but I never kind of knew what. You know, I just kind of didn't know. So I spent a lot of time just trying to survive and trying to stay out of the way. And then one day Go ahead.
So what happened when you got out of the military? You did the 8 years when you didn't have a job waiting for you? I mean, you had nowhere to go?
Job. Oh, my goodness. I got a job, a good job, too. I was working for Frederick & Nelson, and they were a major department store in Seattle, Washington. The company was over 100 years old, and it was owned by Ken Barron, and he owned the Seahawks and a bunch of office buildings, and he went bankrupt. And so he got rid of the company to go solve it. But before that happened, I fell in love with a musician. And so we were going to go to New York, so I gave 2-week notice on my job. I worked there for about a year and a half, became a lead operator, trained other people. I mean, I was doing really good. But I gave up my job and bought tickets for us to go to New York. He took the tickets and took somebody else and left me, and that's what began my homelessness. And again, the post-traumatic stress was developing. You know, it just doesn't happen all at once, and it really does affect your thinking and stuff. And I was really young and kind of, I don't know if naive is the right word, but I just, was just kind of trusting, and I believe what somebody says and things like that. And so I was dumb.
So at that time, but you were in your late 20s at that point, though, right?
I was 20, 25, 26, 27. Yeah,
so you stayed out. So you stayed in Seattle after your friend took the tickets and moved to New York. You just stayed in Seattle jobless, and then that led to homelessness. Is that what happened?
Yeah, and then again, I got into relationships, and so I ended up going from Seattle to Portland, where I lived 3 years. I was homeless there, to Sacramento. I lived there for about 3 or 4 more years, and then back to Washington State.
What about the family? So where was your family at that point?
My family is in Tacoma, Seattle area. I've got a very wonderful family, but there's a lot of issues, a lot of underlying issues, even before I left to go in the military. So I did not feel the inclination, I'll just say, to go to my family. Or anybody, really. Nobody.
Wow. So how did you pick back on your feet to become who you are today?
Well, I had to change my mindset. I was very ashamed, and I didn't want to tell anyone what was going on with me. And then again, I really didn't know what was wrong. Okay, but I just got in my head that, I don't want to live like this, and I don't want to be like this. So I started opening up my mouth. And somehow I didn't even know I could go to the VA for medical care, and something happened, and I ended up going to the VA. And one of the social workers there, she just happened to ask me, do you have do you know what post-traumatic stress is? And I go, yeah, that's combat. Shell shock. When the guys go over to Vietnam and they come back crazy. And she goes, well, yeah, but it happens to anyone who suffered trauma. It can happen. And then she asked me, was I ever raped? And I told her, I don't know. And she asked me, well, what do you mean I don't know? So I told her, I explained to her, how the incident happened to me. And she explained to me, well, rape is when someone has penetration or intercourse with you, and it's against your will. And if you didn't want that, it is indeed rape. And so she encouraged me to file for my VA claim and my compensation, and she also led the way to me getting into therapy and counseling, which I'm still in to this day. Yeah, to this day. Right. Yeah. Yes. Right. Yeah.
So what led you to so what got you to Florida? Because you're in Florida now, correct?
Yes, I'm in Florida now.
So how did you get to Florida?
Well, I was in Seattle promoting and doing the radio stations and the things that I do, and I developed some major health issues the last few years. And then I had just some more family issues and things like that. So I had an opportunity arise for me in North Carolina, in Charlotte. And so I just kind of left everything and kicked everything to the curb. And, I got my health back. And I decided, wow, I'm 50 some odd years now. I was struggling, and now I just want to live. So I just started moving forward. So I went to North Carolina, spent a few months there, and then I got an opportunity to come to Florida to work with Family in Distress, a wonderful outreach ministry serving the homeless and families in distress, the whole thing, and also serving at Total Victory Christian Center as a minister, missionary. Yeah, and then the radio goes wherever.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you actually took a job with the ministry, so that pretty much got you to the East Coast, working with the ministry?
Yeah. I took a position. I'm serving. It's not really a job, but I'm serving because that's my first love. Yeah, I like to spread the word of God, and I love to help people.
That's right. We can tell. All right, we're talking to Robin Lynn Mabin. She is the guru of social media marketing and promotion for radio, internet podcasts, and all that good stuff. And also, she's a community outreach specialist. All right, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come right back and find out how she does it, how she pushes internet marketing. All right, one moment, everybody, for another episode with 2 episodes of Book Buzz.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
How would you like to have a book that reflects your life? Hi, I'm Mocha Butterfly. I would like to tell you more about my latest book, The Reality of Mocha Butterfly. It's a poetry chapbook capturing my life that covers subjects such as self-esteem, anti-bullying, spirituality, family, friends, love, and heartbreak. You can purchase your copy online at twopensandlit.com/Thompson. To find out more about me, visit me on Facebook at facebook.com/M8CHA Fly. Thanks for listening.
All right, that was Tamika Kane and Cassandra Thompson. All right, our Book Buzz sponsor for midway through the show. All right, we're talking to Robin Lynn Mabin. She's on Spreaker.com. That's what she be rocking, and she be working it too. All right. If you want to learn how to promo, just follow her. Now, Robin, of course, you and I are going to have to talk offline soon because I got a lot of questions for you. But one of the things we want to know is we want to know how you do it. Now, did you get radio experience working, as a telecommunication specialist in the military or private industry? Where did you get your experience from, or was it all self-taught?
Actually, I did not get it. Surprisingly, I was a communications specialist in the military, and then my last 2 years in the military, they merged data automations in with computer operations in my field. But surprisingly, I did not do any radio. And how I got into radio was about 6 years ago. I was providing tech support and producing shows for there was a soul singer, an R&B singer, and he had a talk show. Chad Hunter. He had a talk show over on Blog TV. And I had a client or somebody that they were looking for ventures on different avenues to broadcast on. So I went to Blog TV for whatever reason, and his was the first show that I saw. So when I saw his show, I started giving him techniques. I go, well, if you tweet when you're live and get everybody to tweet, you'll start expanding. And so I helped him grow his show from 200 to 600 in like 2 weeks. Okay, and then that kind of led to me doing. Word got out that you can call me, and so I would give people tech support and things like that, and that led me to MC Frozen One. He's a DJ and MC in London, and he was on that platform, and then he decided that he wanted to have an internet radio station on his own, and he didn't want to do it by himself. And so I said, well, I'll help you, but I don't know anything about it. He goes, that's no problem. I'll tell you what to do. And so we sat, and he told me what to do, and in the first 3 weeks, Vibes Live Radio built up to its first 1,000 listeners. And I still use the techniques that he did. Okay, then, watch this. Then he wanted to get a private server so that the station could exist on its own and not on a platform, because Blog TV was going off the air and things like that. And so nobody would teach me about the different sources of streaming and stuff like that. So that's when I became a producer. But it took me about 2 years to research and learn how. When I found out how to get a server, and I got it live. So I started playing the music, and I got a hold of MC Frozen One in London. I go, hey, I did it. Here you go. And he goes, go on, Robin. You've done such a great job. It's yours. And that's how I got the radio station. Wow. So are you still rocking that? Oh yeah. We're rocking it to the tune of I think 378,000 listeners. Last time I checked a few minutes ago. Wow. Yeah. So where can people find that at? Over there on Spreaker, right? Yeah, it's on Spreaker, but we're also on Listen to My Radio, FM Caster. All you got to do is just go Vibes Live. And if you go vibeslive.org, that's our website. And then I've got my Ning site on Robin Lynch Productions and stuff like that. But if you look for that Lifesaver logo, it's very colorful. You can't miss it. You type in Vibes Live, just type in Robin Lynn, just point and click. Turn on the computer. I promise I'll be right there. That's right. So Robin, so now when did things kind of really look broad to you with the internet? Because I know we tried podcasting back around 06 to 07. It was still, you didn't have the mics that could connect to the computer at the time. You had to pretty much be creative with the patch cords and stuff to get it to connect. And I think most of the guys, like me, we were kind of trying to use like the telephone line system,
to make it work, because Varnish was around then, and they were one of the only VOP companies at the time.
Yeah.
So how was you guys making it work? I mean, we get creative with the engineering.
Yeah, and in the military, we went TDY a lot, and a lot of things, you didn't have your supplies that you can just go and get, so we had to jerry-rig and be creative because it's communication you got to be on. And so when it came to doing the radio, I discovered that I love exploiting the Internet. And so anything that you can do on the Internet, I was always trying to do more. And so I would be doing things, and then they would be coming back and telling me, well, you can't do that. That's violating the terms of service. And I'd be like, well, it's not my fault what happens when I point and click. And so, it's just really interesting. We use Skype, and we would bring in people in the audio and the video and use the conference calling capabilities. And then I learned about stereo mix. You set your microphone on your computer to stereo mix, and that makes it a broadcaster. It broadcasts what it hears and what it listens. And after that, it was like, very, very simple, very, very easy. And so, and then we also began, if people didn't know how to do it, you could connect to me through Skype, and then we would just politely broadcast you. Yep, and so we started with broadcasters all over the world. DJ Momo from Israel is still one of our original DJs. He still logs in a few times a week. MC Frozen One pops in every so once in a while. And then I've got several ministries and things like that, and we've actually grown to over 50 radio stations, shows, talk shows, comedy, all of that. And we syndicate other people's content as well.
All right. Yeah. All right. And so is Spreaker the main flagship that you're using, or you mentioned another one? So you mentioned another one called Listen.
Listen to my radio. That's where my stream originates from, with the server in London. And then we got on Spreaker, and Spreaker we just started blowing up over there. They started promoting us, and it's just amazing the love that we have over there. And then Spreaker is very, very user-friendly in that you can create as many episodes and shows as you like. And then providing tech support, a lot of times I had to come up with a platform. Robin's Productions, it's a cornucopia of education, entertainment, network, and support services. Basically, it's just a glorified term for I offer remote control, and then I ended up producing. It was a natural progression because people would need things, and so I would learn the ways and the means or provide it for them. Yeah, so if that kind of makes any sense. Yeah.
That's right. All right, we're talking to Robin Lynn Maven. She's a guru not only of social media, but also of the technological equipment for podcasting. We're finding that out. All right, so hold tight, everybody. We're going to have a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. All right, we're going to hear some message from Dominique Wilkins.
Are you experiencing a stage of life trauma? An everyday life experience that may distract you or shake your faith? My good books are short stories written on everyday topics like jealous friends or an abusive parent, written with an underlying message directing your thoughts to a positive and spiritual place. My good book strives to provide a positive influence for real people with real life struggles seeking hope, inspiration, and a perspective that will change how you handle your own life's journey. Read my good books to enjoy a positive and spiritual message today. Then share it with someone else who needs it.
All right, that's Book Buzz. Thank you, Dominique. All right, we're talking to Robin Lynn Maven. She currently operates an award-winning radio network on Spreaker.com and on her private network where she hosts businesses, independent artists, other ministries all over the world providing awesome support and network services. Robin Lynn is also the mother of Alton and Sarah, and they enjoy serving as in the missionary also. Robin is a proud member of the Total Victory Christian Center and is a community advocate at Family in Distress Incorporated in South Florida. Now, Robin, now your publicist told me you don't sleep. Now I can see why. You got so much stuff going on. You got 50 some stations you're talking about operating, and then you have these ministries. You got 2 kids, and you got to spend time with your family. So how many hours of sleep do you get per day? It got to be down to 30 minutes, and that's lunchtime, right?
I don't sleep, and it's a little bit longer than 30 minutes. I nap. I get me a little couple of naps in. I bob and weave several times with the chair. But no, I do get my regular rest. I take my me time, and I'm usually up early before everybody else and the last one to sleep. But I take time to spend time with God and study. I do a lot of studying. And I do the little things for myself, that I want to do, and then it just kind of keeps me strong, and then I have it to give out.
That's right.
And I really care about people, and it's amazing because people will thank me, but I thank them because it's them that gives me the opportunity because they have the ideas. It's their ideal. It's their baby. And then I'd be like, well, I never know how smart I am until somebody starts asking me some questions. But it's all in them anyway. You have it all inside you anyway.
We do. Now, Robin, you remind me of this cat that I listened to on the podcast app. I forgot Darren. I forgot his last name. But anyway, he's a pretty knowledgeable guy when it comes to talking about advertising and marketing, how to grow your money on the internet. Not to limit yourself. Now, you have a lot of information. Now, a lot of those guys, they love doing those videos. I've fixed more things around the house from YouTube than anything. I saved a lot of money. You just get information. What to do, what not to do. When will we see you in front of the camera giving us step-by-step on these business opportunities that's out here, the ones that you have pretty much just specialized in? When will we see that?
I'm going to have regular content coming out beginning in March, Jerry, because
I'm so excited.
Yeah, there's a need for it, and I really can't, even as much as I'm available, I can't reach everyone and things like that, and it's like all in my head, but it needs to, the people need to see it, and so beginning in March. So, and I'll also be releasing an album. A year ago, I did a sermon. I have a series called Minute with Minister Maven, and I'm teaching on the Holy Spirit. And I put one episode up on Reverb Nation and #1 Music, and it's been charting. I've been in the top 100. Wow. And so I got feedback that people are waiting for the album, and so I'm going to have an album out with that, with my teaching by spring break. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Because because you're doing everything for everybody else. You play your music. We really like to. We would like to see more of you, and that's through the information side of you.
Yeah.
I'm excited about that. I can't wait. I'm definitely a student of your work. Being new. Well, I've been at it for a while, but this return, we all know we just celebrate our 1-year anniversary under Jerry Royce Live brand. But
did you? And your Vibes Live, if I might add, your Vibes Live 2014 Podcaster of the Year.
Yeah. You know what? You put the icing on the cake because we were so excited to celebrate the 1 year and accomplish the goals that we had set. Because we know you work with our people. Things don't always move the speed you want things to move, but it's because all of us are still learning and trying to understand this stuff. And by you being out there as one of the leaders of all of this, and we just sitting about why. That's why I'm always pressing you about the video content, because a lot of us still don't understand a lot of this, and because you know so much, and you just one person. That's why we putting the pressure that we need to see video content of this stuff, because we feel like even if you were selling it on iTunes or something, it's worth it. It'd be worth every dime. Because of what your knowledge. When you gave us that award, I was sitting with my family. I said, whoa, I was just thinking about that. I said, if I could just get an award, I don't care who the award is from. I don't want to give it to myself. And then, Pops, when you going to give me an award? You know, I've been carrying this company. Where's my award? And then I tell my mom, I said, Ma, I just got an award. She said, what? I was like, you know, Podcast of the Year 2014. And they said, who gave it to you? I said, this woman run this program called Vibes Live, you know. So it was really awesome, and you know, and of course everybody was like, well, who is she? You know, they just wanted to know, and it was really great getting that. So we're waiting for, you know, you saw some video. I just grabbed something. I said, hey, thanks for the award. They said, where's the award? We want the hardware. I said,
I have that coming for you very, very shortly. Just forgive me, I've just been so busy doing what I do, you know.
Ain't no problem.
I would like to say the reason why you were that award recipient, if I may.
Yes, absolutely.
I looked at that you were 1 year old. And so that shows your fortitude. And I looked at that overall. You were doing your promotions. You had advertising going on. You had a very unique approach to your guests and things like that. And it was very well thought out and put together. And overall in entertainment, to me, you were hitting all the marks, and so I thought that was more than deserving of acknowledgement and award. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Robin. Yeah, we really appreciate that. That was right on time. Man, it was such a good feeling, you know. Good feeling. Really
so deserving. I felt good. I was like, I didn't even win the award 2014, my own award, man. How's that gonna happen? But so deserving it, and I think that, you know, we all need to be celebrating and giving each other props where it's deserved. Yeah, because sometimes, you know, sometimes I don't get the feedback, and like with all the listeners that I have, very seldom people leave comments and remarks and things like that, and a lot of times I really have no idea how I'm doing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so sometimes you don't, and we do need a pat on the back one time. Just sometimes you need to keep you going, because sometimes, like to me, you know, it started out as a hobby. I enjoyed radio and bringing people on, just letting people get to know these people who are behind these books, these music. And one of the things my staff and I have been talking a lot about, and that's, you know, bringing on people who are going to make a difference to our people. You know, they released a MP3 or EP or LP. We want people who want to make a difference in people's lives. Now, and I think that was one of the things that we expressed to you the other day. I said, we're looking for game changers now. You know, like we love the people who have come forward, who's doing some positive things. You know, even people who have like disabilities and accidents that were traumatic to them, but they still out there they changed their life. Because I had a guy that was like a drug dealer that, you know, was in a really bad motorcycle accident. He still went back to the street, but later on he discovered that he's bigger than that. Even though he doesn't have the use of his limbs and everything, but he can pen, you know, book and make a living, you know, and get himself off the street. So I thought that was real powerful. And I mean, I get so many stories. You know, the ones where women were involved with domestic. I mean, I think 1 week, every guest I had on the show had some involvement with domestic abuse, domestic violence. And I was like, wow, you know, where's God taking me? So sometimes we sit back and we say, hey, where are we going to go with this thing now? It's more than just entertainment. You know, it's a ministry. You know, that's why I be on that joke sometimes. I say podcast is more than a job. It's a religion, you know, it's spiritual, because it is. You know, people just don't know what I'm hearing sometimes, you know, in these headphones. You know, a person may be the top of the charts on Amazon with selling books, but been back years ago, they've been battered, and they still fighting, they still trying to heal. And they use these books, their music, to heal themselves and then help others heal themselves. So that's powerful. You know, that's positive power right there, baby. Positive power.
It really is. You know, I suffered lots of trauma and brutalization in my life, and it left me, believe it or not, with a lot of limitations. And so giving back and helping people, I have a sense of purpose and accomplishment, and it's a big motivator. You know that hey, you know what, there is hope, and you can still go ahead and have a good life despite some of the awful things that we might endure, and you can all overcome. And this is what it looks like. I have a lot of people that they will say to me, you know, well, you shouldn't say anything, especially as a minister. They will tell me, you shouldn't tell people that you've got mental illness because you want the people to accept you and receive you and blah, 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 blah. But the Word of God says, for we overcome, okay, by the word of our testimonies and the blood of the Lamb, okay? Okay? And then also I've heard people, you know, they get a little, their feathers will get ruffled because of my good works, you know, and I've had some people help me in accomplishing my good works, and I will give thanks to them, and I will tell them, you know, God is really going to bless you because you're helping me. And they will say, well, you know, you ain't nobody special and blah, 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 and they just don't get what I'm saying. But again, the Word of God says, let your light so shine amongst men that they may see your good works and that they may glorify our Father which art in heaven. So, you know, so y'all can keep saying for me to not say anything, but I'm saying and I'm telling because this is what it looks like. And people, instead of running away and turning tail and hiding, I don't need to be ashamed. If they call me crazy, yeah, I'm crazy. I went in and I served my country and something happened to me and it made me this way. But guess what? This is what it looks like. Maybe sometimes I don't have the energy and the wherewithal to do some things, and sometimes I have to fall back and I can't always follow through and complete some things sometimes. But this is what it looks like when I stand up and I get back up and I keep on going. And people need to see that. It's okay. It's okay. We don't got to be perfect. And another word of God, this is the last one I'm going to say, I'm going to promise, but His strength is made perfect in our weakness. So that's all. Hallelujah.
That's right. Hallelujah. That's right. And one of the things you said earlier, Rob, you know, being young, you know, you're a pretty woman, and sometimes when you're in the military, like they're around a lot of men, you know, they prey on you, you know, and then when you got out, the same thing, you know, when they see you young like that, they're going to definitely prey on you, and it's tough. That's a mental abuse right there, you know. You didn't have that, you know, your family, you was away from your family, so you was out there for the world, you know, to take advantage of you. Yeah. So I applaud you for, you know, making it this far, you know. You know, so you have no problem about telling people that you're in your 50s now, and you know you're living and enjoying what you're doing and leading and guiding and teaching. That's the way to go. That's what God wants us to do. Amen.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna take another quick break, Rob. When you come back, we're gonna have to get your final thoughts. All right.
Okay.
Sound good?
All right. Okay.
All right. Here we go. Here's a message from Lane Cobb.
Are you ready to discover your spiritual potential? This is Lane Cobb, spiritual wellness coach and owner of Straight Talk Coaching for Women, your source for enlightened and empowered living, offering products and services to help busy women see who they really are so they can be who they really want to be. Contact us at www.straighttalkcoaching.com or call 443-756-8391 to empower your spirit and achieve your full potential.
All right, check out Lane Cobb. Check out her website. She occasionally give online group coaching, you know, for women who have, you know, experiencing some things that they're experiencing alone, don't have no help. Check her out. Lane Cobb is 2bs.com. All right, Robin Lynn Maben, production. Your final thoughts for tonight's show.
My final thoughts, Jerry, I would just really love to see everyone accomplishing all the things that they want to do. So as the man thinks, so he is. And you know what? Help one another, love one another, pray for one another, forbear one another. Okay? And you know, if you're hating, that's fine. Just get out the way. Don't get in anybody else's way. You know, then that's probably just about it. That's all. You know, with the digital, the way that everything is going digital into the mobile platform, people can really avail themselves and utilize that, the social networking and stuff like that. I encourage everyone, no matter what your business is, you want to get connected in the social network, and it's your new word of mouth. And whether you've got a brick and mortar building, I don't care what kind of business or whatever it is that you're doing, if you don't get connected on the social media, you'll just kind of be dead in the water. And so that's just about it.
Hey, all right. We appreciate you coming on, Robin Lynn, and we're gonna be looking for those videos, those informational videos coming from you soon. So people can get on board. It's a lot we need to know, and you have it all. So we appreciate, let us know. And the first one is launch. All right?
I certainly will. You'll be the first one to know, Jerry. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't care. Look, I don't care if you just put your smartphone on the table and push the button and give us some information. It don't matter. Gotta be something.
I'll tell you, I'll make it easy for you. All I really be doing is pointing and clicking. You just put your finger on that mouse and you just move it around. You just point and you just click. It's amazing what happens when you do that.
I know. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the gurus of social media and radio, talk, podcasting, digital media, you name it. Robin Lynn Mabin, civil rights and social action, economic empowerment, education, health, disaster, humanitarian, poverty alleviation, and social services are things that she cares mostly about. All right, that's the end of our broadcast. I'm Jerry Royce Live, and I tell people all the time, Robin Lynn Mabin, if you want to hear the good stuff, I mean the real good stuff, you got to listen to Jerry Royce Live on Positive Power 21.org and Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on Positive Power 21.org and Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. This is a Voice Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, that's a wrap.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Scott.
Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Iris Sandra Carter. Hello, this is Purple Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's Positive Power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. An exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Hi, I'm the Livin.
Drugs, get in those little brown bottles. Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
All right. Hey, everybody. We're glad to be back. 2015. That's right, the new year. We hope everybody's doing super out there. And thank you for joining us. And again, welcome to Positive Power 21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live. All right. And we got a book buzz presentation for you tonight. So hold tight, everybody. This is Darlene Rucker Williams. Check her out.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
All right, that's Book Buzz. That's right, y'all. Don't forget about Book Buzz. You're trying to reach a wide audience. Man, we work hard over here at Positive Power 21 and my crew from Studio 21.2. That's right, they're in their second year with me, and I gave them 0.2. That's right. They're working hard over here. So you guys looking for some voiceovers so you can hit them hard in social media, Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, all of them that take video. This is the place to be. All right. So we did some good work for 2014. All right. Tonight on the show, we got author Philip Burian, and his bio reads, he has a book out called The Testimony of One's True Greatness. It's available in ebook and hardcover. It's going for about $34.62 or more, depending on where you get it at on Amazon. His self-published company is called Infinity Publishing on www.buybooksontheweb.com. And his bio reads, he was born in February 1976 on the 10th, Brooklyn, New York, at Kings County Hospital. He's now residing in Georgia at the Hudson Docket Projects. He has 5 brothers and 4 sisters. He is a graduate from Kingsborough Community College. He earned an associate's art degree. And he has parents, Pastor Marion L. Burian, his late great departed dad, Charlie Burian, who transitioned on to the spiritual afterlife world. He's written 20 books. His first book to be published, which he's talking about today, and that's the one that's called The Testimony of One's True Greatness. All right, let's bring him out here. We give him an opportunity to talk more about himself for the next 30 minutes. Welcome to the show, Mr. Arthur Burian. How you doing, sir?
Hey, Mr. Ross. Thank you for having me.
Hey, my pleasure, man. We're glad to have you on the show, man. Have you here to talk about your book. But before we talk about your book, Mr. Philip, we want to know, who is the author, Philip Berrien? Who are you?
Well, I'm an author, a self-published author who had the gift in writing, and it was just bestowed upon me by God. God gave me the favor. He gave me the ability, the mind to write what he wanted me to have his people to hear.
Good. So tell us a little bit about your education, man. I know you graduated from community college. Are you still furthering your education past that, or, no need, or you're moving into another direction? What's going on with that?
Well, right now, I'm just trying to, focus on, pursuing my, writing, my books and just taking my whole writing to a whole new level. Sometimes from school you want to take a break to focus on, something wonderful. And I can always go back to school anytime I want, but right now I just want to focus on getting the word out to 100 people out there.
Right. So what did you major in college?
When I was in college, I took up liberal arts, and liberal arts is actually like it's actually when you go to college and you try to find courses that you can take. And one thing about college is like the real world. You have to really, really explore your options so you try to figure out what you're good at.
Yeah, that's right. So tell us, man, did you have a nice New Year's, man? How did you and the family bring in the New Year's, or you found yourself penning the next book?
Well, we went to church. We prayed. We asked, the good Lord to, make sure everyone has, wonderful New Year's. Make sure we're all on the same page. Make sure we have a positive outlook on life and forget about the negativity. The negativity is unhealthy. That's
right. Good. Now, you mentioned, you guys lost a very important person in your family, which was Mr. Charlie Berrien. How big was that? Losing your dad. What kind of impact did that make?
Well, it was really, really big though, because my father, he was a hard-working man, and one thing he believed in providing for his family, and he was a hard worker, and we was living in well-based housing. I mean, my father has a great testimony. As a matter of fact, I wrote a book that's actually dedicated to him, which is called The Embodiment of the Ugly End, which is already written, so I don't know when it's going to be released yet. And it really, really talks about the signification of a fatherhood. So when you think about an ant actually provides for his own kind. So my father, he was actually the embodiment of the ant, because he believed in hard working. He believed in bringing food on the table. He also believed in putting family first. And you don't really find so many father figures, out there like that. And, when I lost my father in 2007, it really, really, broke me down, because, it's like, when you have a father who really, really teaches you the most important necessity about being a man and taking responsibility, you kind of lose that. Because I remember when my father, we used to, watch, our favorite program back in the day was actually a Dragon Ball Z, and we used to watch it late at night. And he was a huge basketball fan. He used to like the Chicago Bulls, and then when Michael Jordan stopped playing, his favorite team was the San Antonio Spurs. And every time the team would wind up losing, my father would have that look on his face, say, "Come on, man, give me some better than that." He was so energizing that I couldn't help but to be around that, and I miss that so much.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that, man, of your loss, man. So how's the family pulling it together right now? I see are you writing more since your dad passed? I mean, is that something you're doing now to keep his memory alive, or what's going on with that?
Well, like I said again, I've already written 20 books already, with my first one, the testimony agreement, being published. And like I said again, Mr. Ross, I like to stay occupied. I like to like when you're writing, you want to try to write about the positive things, like what makes you feel good, what makes you feel happy, what makes you feel rejuvenated. That way you can take what you've learned to pass on to other people. That's what they're willing to listen.
It's right. Now, I understand your mom is a pastor. So what's your position in the church, and what's your denomination, if you don't mind sharing that?
We're Pentecostal.
Mm-hmm. And is your mom the senior pastor of the church, or is she a social pastor?
She's actually a co-pastor, and then the name of our church is called evangelist the kingdom of love, and the pastor that's resigning there, his name is Bishop Alfonso Johnson. So my mother, she's actually, working with him.
Okay, good. And what's your position with the church?
Well, I'm just just a regular, member who like to give, testimony and, great things for what God is doing for not only me but for other people.
Yeah. All right. Now, your book is titled Testimonies of One's True Greatness. If someone asks you right now, off the whim, what's your greatest testimony to share God's greatest, God's greatness, something you have seen in your life that you like to share to help a person believe?
Well, like I said again, I was born with a congenital deformity, and it's actually dealing with the different genetics. I was born with 4 fingers and 5 toes, and for me to be in this condition that I am, because I know the doctor had said I wasn't going to walk the talk, but God had the plans, and I had 8 operations, and I survived them all, and like I said again, Mr. Rose, it's just a blessing to have, God to take an individual who wasn't supposed to be in this predicament to show him that, his power is greater than the naysayers.
That's right. That's right. That is true. So is that something that we'll find in your book? Your walk with God, or you sharing other experiences of other people, other testimonies that you hear? Tell us, that we know, right now we're hearing from you how great God has been to bless you to be able to overcome your disabilities. What other things can you share that's been your walk with God?
Well, graduating from elementary school, graduating from junior high school, graduating from high school. I was on the honor roll for 4 years, graduated with a high school diploma, going to Kingsburg Community College, earning my, degree in arts and sciences. And, I've been through, as I say, a long, road, but it was worth going through it because in order for you to get to the success, you have to kind of deal with the bitterness. And, I was the type of person who really, really never gave up on myself because I was like a go-getter. I mean, no one couldn't stop me, and I was like one of those trains. Like you step in front of a train when you run over.
That's right. That's right. Now, how about friends? You have a lot of friends. Do you socialize, or you just exclusively on the internet? What's going on with that?
Well, me, Mr. Ross. I'm usually to myself though, because you have a lot of people out there who is not really on your level because you see them doing the same crazy stuff, and that's not my cup of tea.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right. Yeah, you got to stay away from that. But best friend, you got a best friend?
Well, I don't really have a best friend. I just love everybody the same. Yeah, I understand. Now, growing up, your brothers. Now you have siblings. Now a lot of people, they kind of struggle with the siblings when they're young. You at each other all the time. But when you grow older, you tend to get a little closer. Sometimes they tend to be, your friends, your closest friends. Are you close with your siblings? I'm close with everybody, Mr. Rush. We're one of the happy family. We're saved. We read the Word of God. We minister to one another, and we're just one of those family that has it going on. I mean, that's just the way it is, and it's a blessing.
That's right. That sounds good, man. All right, man. We're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna get an earful from Helen McMillan of her business on Book Buzz. So hold tight, everybody, for another episode of Book Buzz, and we're talking to Philip Berrien, and he is the author of Testimony of One's True Greatness. And it's available in ebook and hardback. And Infinity Publishing, his very own company, and he's at www.buybooksontheweb.com. So hold tight for this episode of Book Buzz.
What's stopping you from making more, having more, and being more? Hi, I'm Helen McMillan. I'm a success coach. I can help you shift into your $1 million zone of joyful success. Be your most magnetic, confident, and powerful self. The first step is to get my free ebook, 7 Simple Ways to Shift into Your $1 Million Zone. Go to www.buybooksontheweb.com yourmilliondollarzone.com and download it now.
All right, check out Helen McMillan at helenmcmillan.com. All right, we're talking to Philip Burriam. He's the author of Testimonies of One's True Greatness. He's also a poet, one of his God-given talent. Tell us a little bit about that, Philip. I see you've been involved in many contests, online, offline, and a winner of many. So tell us about that achievement.
Well, when I was in in college, I used to write poetry a lot because when God gives you a gift, you want to make sure that gift is actually prophetic, is actually expanded throughout the world. And I remember a friend of mine was telling me, he said that Philip, you have so much great talent, you should try to enter in contests. And I didn't really thought that my work was already good, Mr. Ross, because when I used to write, I call my writing freestyle. You just write what you feel. And I said to myself, since people is actually loving my work, let me try to enter in the contest to see how good my work is valuable. And I remember when I had participated in the poetry.com contest, and I kind of looked it up, and I had submitted the I think it was the first poem. I forgot what it was, and they had actually sent me the Editor's Choice Award from 2005. So when I looked at that Editor's Choice Award, I said to myself, maybe this is something that the judges is really, really, feeling. So that kind of gave me the key to unlock, one door. So I said to myself, since I got an Editor's Choice Award, let me try and get another one. So I participated in another one, which is in 2007. I received another Editor's Choice Award. And I said to myself, God, you're really, really giving me, favor with these judges. And something, Mr. Ross, I also want to touch on this too. I used to say this old expression, you can become a great writer, but not so many writers get awards and recognitions. And the reason why I say this is because great as William Shakespeare and Edgar Allan Poe was, if they was here, they'll be able to receive the accolades in which they deserve. But, my mother used to use this old cliche. She said that you really can't give individual flowers while they're dead. You have to give them to them while they're alive. And if they were both here right now, they'll be able to receive the awards that were named after them.
That's right. Yeah, 'cause they are great men, man. They have left some good work behind, man. No doubt. Edgar Allan Poe. He's a resident of area I grew up in, man. Baltimore City, man. All right, man. So, are you in a position tonight to share one of your pieces?
Sure. As a matter of fact, I have one, which is called "They Call Me a Nomad." That's actually the poem in which I won the award for. That was in Famous Poet Society. Out of 7,000 entries, they loved the poem so much that they gave me an award for it. And I also received a certificate of excellence.
Good. All right. Are you ready?
Yes.
Tell you what, we'll read that after this quick break, okay? So we'll take this break. All right, one moment. Hi, are you making a strong impression on Facebook and Twitter by just sending out your book covers every day? Well, the holidays are soon approaching. If you really want to wow them, if you really want to excite people about your book, contact my office on Facebook and inbox me and find out about Media Buzz TV and Book Buzz. It's a Jerry Royce Live Web Vision. Take care. All right, we're talking to Philip Burriam, author of Testimonies of One's True Greatness. And he's in position right now to share one of his poems because he's a winner of many awards in poetry. So you ready, Philip?
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, ready when you are.
Now, this poem right here is called They Call Me a Nomad. Before I read this poem to the listeners, I just want to explain to you what a nomad is. Nomad is a group of people who actually, traveled the road, and when they travel to certain places, they wind up coming up against different obstacles and adversities. And this reminds me so much of the children of Israel in the Biblical Testament about how, they used to go up against, other armies, but with God's, guidance and help, they was able to conquer. So this poem right here, it really, really influenced me, and it's called They Call Me a Nomad. I'm just going to read a little bit of it to you.
Okay.
It says, they said I am a nomad, but today I can surely say that I am so happy and joyfully glad. People have said to me that I will never at all make it, only because they just couldn't take it. They want to point fingers and blame me. But growing up as God's child, I had to be patient and endure. I have taken the stairs, heard the laughs in the eyes, and even had to replace these old worn-out shoes. I may not stand tall because of my height, but I would love to tell all of the naysayers as well as the harsh critics something right here as well as right now, that God's love and anointing has been bestowed upon on my life, that once more again, I can surely show people time and time again that I too can reach the stars any day or night.
Love it, man. That was awesome. Awesome. Nomad. Wow. All right, man. We ready to talk about your book, man. One True Greatness. Now, can we find poetry in this book, or you keep that separate?
Well, actually, it's a combination of poetry and short stories because just to let the readers know what the book is about. What the Testimony of Greatness is about, Mr. Ross, it's actually a book that's actually dedicated to people who've actually gone through some triumphs in their life and still need a way out of it. And we see what's going on now, with the protesting and the economy and stuff that people just don't have no clue about what's going on. And I really wanted to let the listeners know out there that God is still in the midst about everything, but you really have to trust him, because when it's all said and done, he's the one that we're going to need towards the end, because we're living in the dangerous times, Mr. Ross, and everywhere you look around, you see this person getting killed, you see beheadings, you see sickness that doctors even have no cure for. And I just really felt that the testimony Once True Greatness is actually the theme and the anthem of today's times, because the people are tired of the do's and the don'ts. They're tired of the wants and the wants. They're also tired of the talking without any action. And they're looking for game changers. They're looking for solutions. They're looking for someone that can really let them know that, you've been in the darkness too long. Now it's time to come into the light, because we're still in the wilderness of depression, aggravation, whatever the case may be. And, it's just time for us to start, reaching towards a level in which God, wants us to be at. And I really believe that this book, though, which I've written, is so important, though, because, it really deals with things that people don't even know how to overcome. But once they get a chance to read the stories, they say, what Philip was talking about in this book is really resonating with me. It's really letting me know that there is hope for me. I can achieve. I can overcome. Because, some Mr. Ross, here's one important thing, too. I love Steve Harvey, and I watch him a lot, and he has said something interesting, which continues to resonate in my spirit. He said that you really cannot have a testimony without having a test. And you have to go, and I've always said this to a lot of people, you have to go through the pain to get to the healing. It's a process.
It's true. It's true. It's deep, man. Now, before, what made you decide on this title? I know a lot of times people come up with several titles before they decide this is the one. What made you decide on this title? Testimony of Greatness.
Well, when I was at my computer, writing, the Lord had wanted me to come up with this title because, as I was saying earlier about how you have to have a test or to have a testimony. And, Mr. Ross, I'm sure you've seen a lot of stuff that go on, not only in your neighborhood, but around the world, about how people is really going through some stuff. If they're not going through molestation, if they're not going through the drugs, the abuse, the abandonment, you're going through something. And, and one thing a friend of mine was telling me, Mr. Mike Foster, give a shout out to him. He had said that when you're going through something, you don't stay there. And that's the key word, going through. You come out of it.
That's right. That's true. Now, Philip, do you work full time?
No, the economy is so bad. So I'm just, just doing what I'm doing, just writing books.
Yeah, just working on your own business, right? Now, you're the owner. Yeah. You're the primary owner of Infinity Publishing Company, correct?
Well, actually, that's the company in which helped me, do this book. Because when you're writing, books, man, you really have to look for a self-publishing company that's really going to see the vision as you see it. Like, you don't want to get with a company that's going to take advantage of you and try to, take that doesn't belong to them. So you really have to be careful about some of the publishing companies which you come in contact with. That's why I do research. I never sign with anybody. Now, listen, I go to YouTube to look around, or I go to Google to see, what they have to offer me. So important to do research.
Oh, okay. So Infinity actually assists self-publishers with their projects? Is that what they do?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and one thing I love about Infinity is that, they do all of their books in-house. It's not printed out house. And they have, I think they're the first one of the leading self-publishing companies that actually have all of the material that's done digital.
Oh, cool. Now,
and nowadays, what's that?
I'm sorry. Now, you said your book is available on ebook now. Now, the price of your book is a little steep there. I've seen some places where it's being priced around $37, $39, if someone is trying to sell it for you, and then they had it priced at one time at $39.56 as a paperback. How much could a person get your book for as a ebook?
Okay, well, for ebook, the ebook is actually me and my company has the price. So the ebook is actually $9.95, so about $10.
Oh, okay, that's not bad. $9.95. Because I know sometimes, I was in the business for a long time helping self-publishers, and I know sometimes the printers do hit you pretty heavy at the press because, you guys don't print a lot of books. The unit costs, tend to be a little higher per book than, when you print the larger volumes out, like, 5,000, whatever, because you guys don't move a lot of books. But now since ebooks are out, you find that to be a little bit more convenient for your fans, give them an opportunity to read your material before deciding to purchase a hardback? Because people do like to own a hardback. Yeah. So you like that opportunity?
Definitely. Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, like I said again, wherever I can spread the word to the people, let them do what they can do.
That's right. All right, man, we're going to take our quick break, man. We're up to the top of the hour, and we're going to take another break with Book Buzz with Ramon Marquise out of Miami Beach and MF Cripps out of Puerto Rico. Hold tight. 60-second break.
Everyone loves a good journey, whether by boat, car, or plane. But have you ever been on a journey that was highly enjoyable and you never had to go anywhere? Well, this 69 The Crimson Edition does just that. 20 scintillating real-life escapades that will take you to places you had no idea you could go. www.thekeysbox.com is where you can enjoy this journey. That's www.thekeysbox.com.
Do you wish you could rock a short Caesar haircut? Come take the journey and read the novelette, My Intimate Journey with Caesar, by M.S. Crest. This novelette carries a young woman's life journey, toils, and an intimate connection to her Caesar. You will feel excitement, pleasure, pain, and ultimately shock as you follow the journey at www.mscrest.com. MSKREPS.com.
All right, y'all. 2015 is here right now. We're in January. It's cold out there. We got football going on. We got basketball going on. There's a lot to do on the inside, and a lot of us are out there still spending money after the holiday. All right, well, it's time for you to spend a little bit of money on my man Philip Bryan. His book, Testimonial of One's True Greatness, is on sale at hardback. Some places you can get it for $34, some places $31. So check out Amazon. All right. And that's a good-looking cover, man. I know my boys are telling me that, you spent some time with that poster. Tell us about the artwork, man. Who worked on your artwork for you?
Well, when I was actually, doing the book, the Lord had told me, he said he wanted me to have a cover that was going to bring the readers in, because, you can never already saying, never judge a book by its cover, but if the cover ain't attractive, 9 out of 10 people ain't going to buy it. So, what I did was, when I was working on the book, the first thing the Lord had said, he wanted me to look for an angel. So I went to this website, which is called bigstockphotos.com, and I typed in the angel, and the angel which you're looking at, it's a female, and you don't actually see her face. You actually see her, facing towards the sun, And when I looked at the photo, I said to myself, there's something about this photo that not only is it attractive, but it's actually a message which is actually being portrayed, through an image. So I said to myself, let me take this image though, because it for some reason it was actually resonating in my spirit. So when I got with Infinity, I said, we're going to use this poster, this cover, because the cover is actually speaking to a lot of hurting people. And if you look at the globe, Mr. Ross, the globe is actually God's glory, where God is actually sending a message through his messenger, was the angel, by letting them know that, I'm still the same God, which I've changed not. And if you look at the cover very, very good, closely, you can see that the angel is actually delivering the message, actually walking back to glory. So I wanted to choose an image that was really, really going to be not only attractive, was going to be beneficial to let readers know that, this book right here is really, really a book that should really, really be looked at very, very seriously, because it's what's in the message. So that's actually what the cover represents. It represents God's glory.
That's right. That's right. That is awesome, man. So you said you went to a company to do your artwork for you?
Yes, yeah. Well, what I did was when I talked to Infinity Publishing, they have access to some of these websites. So what I did was I actually emailed them the cover. I said, this is what we want, and the rest is history.
Yeah, awesome. Now, do you have a street team helping you out? How are you guys marketing your book? I know you contacting radio shows. Cause I know my guy said you had a show that you was supposed to be uploading to us that was on YouTube that you was waiting to hear from, and then you were coming here to Positive Power. What other means of marketing are you using?
Well, so Mr. Ross, and I'm happy you asked that question. The thing is that, when the Lord tells me to do something, I don't usually question his authority. I let the Spirit have his way. So the Lord has spoken to my spirit. He said, let the book actually market itself, because whenever I show people the book cover, they can't help but to look at it. And sometimes, you really only have to let the product, speak for itself.
That's right. That's true. That's true. All right. So you enjoying being an author and a poet? You having a good time with it? You having fun?
Oh, I love it, Mr. Ross. It reminds me of a kid in the candy store taking all the candy you want, just to pay for it.
That's right. That's right. Now, tell us a little bit about your poster, man. I mean, is the poster out there? Can people get it? Can they? I mean, is it at the church? Is it in daycare? Where can they find your poster? I know you was pretty excited about your poster because you got your medals on there, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, like I said again, the poster can actually be found on my Facebook page and also on my Twitter page. So some of the social networks I'm on. That's mainly it.
Yeah. Oh, so you're just using it just to post it out there on social media?
Social media, Mr. Ross, because I remember back in the day, in order for your product to get out, man, before the internet was ever existed, you had radio, you had newspaper, and you had people on the street. And now, since we live in the world of modern technology, I mean, you can put a hit song out there, people know just by going on the internet and looking it up. So it shows you that we went from the Flintstones age to the Jetsons age.
That's right. That's right. Now, people can find you a lot of places on the internet. Can you give us some of them where they can find you and find your bio? We already know you're at Amazon, but can they find you at other places like Barnes and Noble?
Sure. Yes.
Like that.
Yes, matter of fact, I am on Barnes and Nobles. I'm also on Books A Million, and I'm also on this other website. I think they're located in Canada somewhere. I think it's called. I'm not quite familiar with the name off my head, but I know it's over in Canada.
Okay. All right. So the Canadians got an opportunity to grab your book. Now your book is almost 300 pages. And you said it's filled with short stories and testimonies. Now, you mind sharing one of the testimonies in the book or a short story? Some pieces of it?
Okay, matter of fact, I have one, and this is dedicated to my my grandmother, who I miss dearly. She made that transition too. So I can pull that real quick. And her name was Rosie Howard. You know, there's something about grandmothers, Mr. Ross, man. You know, you can sit in front of him and listen and hear him tell stories, and it makes you don't want to leave.
Yeah, my grandmother, she don't keep us on the phone that long. you gotta go see her to get a good story out of her. She's a woman of not too many words.
Yes. But this right here was dedicated to you know, like I said again, I have some stories actually dedicated to you know, grandmothers too. You know, grandmothers, they were like the cornerstone of the family. You know, they believed in you know, praying and keeping you, you know, protected.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I can find this one for you.
You know, while you're locating that, I just remind everybody that you can find us at Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. We appreciate everybody who's been following us, because that's important to podcasters, because the more people follow you, the greater the numbers are. Of course, you know, our website has been doing tremendous. It's at a point now where we need to upgrade our security, because I was contacted by our security guy. He said we definitely got to lift our security because of the amount of traffic coming to this site. So that's simply awesome. So we appreciate you guys coming out checking us out at positivepower21.org. And we're listening to Philip Burrion. He's our guest tonight. His book is called Testimonial of One's True Greatness. It's available in hardcover. It was just released in April 2014. So let's support that brother. All right, man, you ready?
Okay. Now this one right here, I want to dedicate it to all of the grandmothers that's out there.
Okay.
Okay, it says, the title of this poem is called Grandmama. And it says, there was a little old lady whom we all loved and called Grandma. Grandma was so anointed by God that the hands that she was blessed with could touch and bring anything to life. Grandmama was so full of the Holy Ghost that she would wake up on a beautiful Sunday morning worshiping and playing her famous tambourine. She was so wise and a praying mother that she turned many nightmares into many blessed dreams. Grandma was so lovable and sweet that she baked me one of her homemade apple pies. Then she smiled and looked directly at me and said, baby, I ain't going nowhere because of God's favor and grace. He promised to keep me well and alive. And that's called Grandma.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. All right. That's right. I love the grandmas. I was glad I was able to call mine today and wish her a Happy New Year, because our phones stay busy. Grandma still doesn't have a two-way yet. That's right. All right, man. Now we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get the final thoughts of the author of Testimony of One's True Greatness, Philip Burrion. We really appreciate him being on the show, and we're going to get his final thoughts to our audience. Definitely run out there and get his book. It's out there on Barnes & Noble. It's on Amazon.com. And that's Philip Burrion. That's Berrian. And hopefully you can click the link that's on our splash page. We're Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. All right, hold tight for an episode of Book Buzz from Lane Cobb. All right.
Are you ready to discover your spiritual potential? This is Lane Cobb, spiritual wellness coach and owner of Straight Talk Coaching for Women, your source for enlightened and empowered living, offering products and services to help busy women see who they really are so they can be who they really want to be. Contact us at www.straighttalkcoaching.com or call 443-756-8391 to empower your spirit and achieve your full potential.
All right. Thank you, Lane Cobb. She's been with us for a while now. All right. We appreciate the support. Again, you guys looking for some exposure for your products, your MP3s, the performers. You guys got shows coming up. Just remember, we're worldwide now. Everybody's tuning in to Jerry Voice Live worldwide. So let's come on board. You can inbox us. Brandon will be in contact with you. We're still looking for guests, spoken word artists, gospel performers, you name it. All right? Okay, we're talking to Philip Burrion, and he's going to leave us with his final thoughts. And your final thoughts, sir?
Yes. Well, Mr. Ross, I want all of your listeners out there in YouTube land to listen to me, very carefully, because this is very, very important. I want the whole nation to hear this. Okay. Knowing that we're living in the last and evil days, And no one don't really know what the outcome is going to be. But I want everybody to, just know that God is still in the midst of everything that we go through. Just know that He's there to deliver you out of every situation that you're in. And I want everybody to know that, you can't do anything on your own, not unless God is in the midst. And I also want to leave this with your audience too, Mr. Ross, and it's very, very important. And I actually talk about this in my book. I want to leave with your audience the 3 Ds for them to think about. The 3 Ds I want to talk about is called dreams, deliverance, defense. If they have those 3 elements, then whatever they want to do in life, they'll be able to accomplish it. Because, you need a dream, you need a deliverer, and you need someone to defend you. And that's something that we all need.
That's right, man. That's deep. Man, we really appreciate you coming on the show, man. Staying in contact with us. So, I know we was on vacation. We made it a little hard for everybody to get in contact with us, but we appreciate you. Everybody out there was, still sticking with us. We got a good group for this week. Promotions will be back up to speed again because the brother definitely needed some rest because we was grinding hard in 2014 trying to make this thing happen. All right, so sometimes you need to do what you got to do so you know what direction you're going in. Because sometimes we just don't know. God is trying to point us in the right direction, and sometimes we just, we're being intercepted or, we just not listening, or our eyes are closed and our ears are closed. But we appreciate you, man, coming on the show, sharing your testimony, your poetry, your everything, man. So we wish you the best. We hope everybody go out there and support you. And you let us know you need anything. We're going to be pushing the show. We hope you do so, too, because it's a two-way street in this business, right? Marketing and promotions. That's right, big thing. People still trying to understand this internet thing, but, there's some people out there think they got their finger on it. All right. And Philip, I tell people all the time, man, all through 2014, I said, if you want to hear the good stuff, I mean the really good stuff, you need to listen to Positive Power 21.org and Spreaker, Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. Take care, everybody, and thanks for being on the show tonight, bro. Take care of yourself.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on Positive Power 21.org and Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions. And when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce Live, PositivePower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
This is Jaron Power, the author of Power of Change, and you're listening to Jerry Royce Live.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat.
Hi, I'm Teresa Cowell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Bill Powers.
Hello, this is Purple Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston the same.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Ramon Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's Positive Power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Hardy, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to Positive Power 21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live. All right, tonight, Book Buzz sponsor for this big show tonight is Darlene Rucker-Williams. That's right, Darlene's been a big sponsor, and we really appreciate her. So let's listen to this presentation from Darlene Rucker-Williams.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker-Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all themes, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
All right, that's Darlene Rucker-Williams with StylishAndStellarGifts.com. Check out. For those that, you can't think of anything to get them, a gift basket is always a good idea. All right, tonight we're talking to Jaron Power, the author of The Power of Change. His website is www.jaronpower.com, and his bio reads, Jaron Power is one of the most gifted rising stars in America. He comes from very humble beginnings. Jaron today is a successful inspirational speaker, life coach, ordained minister, and IT consultant. He believes his purpose in life is to identify problematic situations and provide life-changing solutions to all in need. His life is firmly grounded on the Word of God and the philosophy that when preparation meets opportunity, success is inevitable. Jaron, whose life mission is to provide practical tools for living an extraordinary, godly, and productive lifestyle, is also a loving husband who holds his beautiful wife and children in high regard. His family is one of the driving forces to achieve success in everything he does. To understand change, we must seek after the things that will help us to change. In life, we often want to do better, but we don't know how to do better. The way we get to the better is to understand change. In this book, you will discover principles and basic applications to produce change in your life. You will learn that to get to your desired results, direction is needed. This book will help you remove the clutter from your life and allow you to realize the importance of change so you can be productive and start living life to the fullest. A life free of the things that restrict and bind us? Are you ready for the power of change? Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Jaron Power, author of The Power of Change. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, Jaron. And the first question, man, is who is Jaron Power?
Wow, that is a loaded question. See, I'm actually I'm actually a kid from Brooklyn, New York. I'm first generation American. My family's from Trinidad and Tobago. When I was younger, I moved from the East Coast to the West Coast, which is why I ended up in California, and I've pretty much been here ever since. So it's kind of interesting being the first generation of something, because one move from one outcome, one move changed pretty much the course of my life without me even realizing it. If my parents would have stayed in Trinidad, I could say my life would be profoundly different, seeing that it's a third world country and everything. So the fact that I was born in New York, and then my father had a business opportunity in California, which brought us to California, and all those life changes and everything like that brought me to where I am here today.
Wow. The East Coast to the West Coast.
Exactly.
So I bet that was a serious change for the mind.
You know what? It was, because the biggest challenge I learned was that I had a street fight mentality living in New York and Brooklyn. So coming out here, it was a different mindset, because, when you're in New York, you all of a sudden, if you don't disagree, you basically get the fist up and start throwing blows. And so when I first moved out here, when I disagreed with one of the kids on the block, the first thing I was doing was punch him in the face. So it took quite a while to adjust to that, where even my parents were so used to it. When their parents would come, oh, your kid punched my kid, my parents were like, okay, and your point is what? So being in that mindset, I had to learn to grow out of that and change different mindsets and different ways, and understanding the environment I'm in now, and then growing into that environment, and then basically not being a product of the environment, but allowing the environment to somewhat shape and mold me to a degree.
Wow. That's deep, man. So when you moved out there, what grade were you in?
I was actually, I think, in first grade.
That was early.
So, it was early in my life. So I learned that I have a couple people that lived in Brooklyn, New York all their life, and I learned most people don't want to leave when they're there, but once they move out of there, they don't want to go back. So it's kind of funny, and as an adult, it's weird going back to where you're born, especially because I don't go there often. And I used to live there. I used to walk. I remember skating down the street, because I used to be a big roller skater. I remember skating down the street when I was this age, and being able to walk my kid and say, hey, this is where your dad was born, right over here, in this apartment over here, in this apartment complex. So it's quite an interesting experience going back every now and then. It's kind of like nostalgic in a way, realizing that this was me, and this is what I was from, this is my life and all that stuff. And then going back to Trinidad every now and then. Well, I haven't gone there in many years, but just to be able to go back and trace back my roots to that, it's an interesting reality check in terms of how one move can make such a difference in your life.
And is deep. Where are your grandparents? Where are they?
Most of my parents' grandparents are still. Well, my grandmother moved to New York, so she's in New York. My grandfather passed away about a decade ago. And then on my other side, a lot of my grandparents, they're still in Trinidad or Barbados and that region. So they're still out there.
Oh, okay. So you have the pleasure to see them, sometime?
You know what? I see them every couple of years. I don't make so much of a trip often to go out to Trinidad. Usually I have more family members that go than I do. More so just, time and effortness and just kind of losing touch a little. So mainly because I'm more closer to my mom's side than my dad's side, and most of my mom's side is in New York. So, going back to Trinidad, I'm now getting the aspect of, okay, I need to go back there to see my dad's side more. So,
yeah, I know, man. The island life, man, gotta love it. Yeah.
It's a trip. I still remember when I was young, my mom left me in Trinidad for a year.
Oh, really?
Wow. Yeah, it was actually a trip. I didn't even know she'd leave me. She just kind of left me. I actually remember it. I was like, "Where are you going?" She said, "I'd be right back." And I ended up living there for a year. So when I came back to the States, I had this strong accent, and no one would talk to me because they couldn't understand my accent.
Wow.
And so they were like, I'm right here. And they would talk to my mom all the time. I'm like, you can ask me, right? And so it was kind of interesting.
How old were you then when that happened?
I was around the same age, around 5 or so. 5, 6.
Yeah,
There's certain things you remember when you're a kid, and that's one of the things I remember.
Yeah, I bet you remember that one. Like, where my mother at? She went back home. Like, well, I'm going to get there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, I was kind of like go with the flow, so I just lived out there with my grandmother for a year. And it was kind of interesting. It was a good experience for me. Even to this day, I still think about stuff like that. And it's important to remember, like, the life, I would say trials, but life experiences that you have. It kind of helps to mold you and shape you to a lot of ways, good or bad.
That's right. That's true. Because my grandmother lived in New York, Long Island all her life, and it's a lot of people from Trinidad and other parts of some of the bigger islands live there. They love Long Island for some reason. Love it. Yeah. Well, I guess because a lot of the females study nursing, and they have a lot of elder care in Long Island.
Exactly. Same where I have a lot of family that's in nursing as well, and so it's an interesting concept. It's just I'm actually through the power of Facebook. I've actually reconnected with a lot of cousins and stuff like that. So we keep in touch with Facebook a lot, which has been like a great tool for keeping in touch with aunts and cousins and all that stuff. People I haven't talked to in years. I'm like, hey, we got to get in touch. So
that's right.
It's been a real good thing. So a lot of them still in the Brooklyn area or within the East Coast still. I think me and like one or two other people ventured out to the West Coast, and we're still out here. So
good. Yeah, man, I'm same here, man. Connect with aunts and uncles. You don't see them all the time. Sometimes you don't even see them during the winter holidays, but during the summer, when somebody decides to give a good big cookout, you get a chance to see everybody. But you never get a chance to really sit down and really see how they're doing. But on the Facebook is awesome, man. On many different levels.
It sure is.
Yeah.
And so I joke around because out in California we get all 4 seasons. Compared to New York, it's like cold and it's snowing, and I'm like, wow, it's nice and sunny out here. I don't know what to tell you guys. So
I know. Tell everybody. All right, now you went to school in California. What part of California you said you're living in?
I live in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Okay. So is that where you guys grew up at? Is that where you grew up at?
Yeah, pretty much. I grew up in San Jose, which is about 35, 40 minutes from San Francisco. And then, yes, I've been there. I was there pretty much most of my life, and then I moved out like about half hour from San Jose area. So, if you're familiar with the new Matter Stadium, I used to live about like within 10 minutes from there.
Oh, okay. So, and how about siblings? You have siblings?
Yeah, I have a brother that's about an older brother. One lives in California as well, and I have another older brother who lives in Trinidad still.
Oh, wow. So he went home. He went back.
He's always been there. He never left.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah. So what happened? You stayed with you stayed with your grandparents? Is that what happened?
He stayed. Well, he's my half brother, so he stayed with his mom. And then when my father and my mom moved out here, then we basically he stayed there, and then he's been just basically made a life out there.
Oh, wow.
So that's why that's why I started my brother out in Trinidad. And then it's always challenging for visa issues, so we don't. He has a hard time coming out here.
Oh, okay. Well, does he communicate through Facebook as well?
We don't talk much through Facebook. We only talk, if we talk, it's mostly on the phone. But we're more like distant brothers. So
yeah, I understand.
We're like we talk once in a while, and so mainly because I was always a little kid when he was growing up. So it's always challenging when you don't have your siblings like close to you every day. You don't really understand the power. And then when I was growing up, there was no Facebook and there was no cell phone. It was just one number. You're that rotary phone or whatever. So we just basically kept in contact on there when my mom would call. So he's a distant brother who I still think about.
Yeah, that's
and
right,
still
man.
send stuff when we can. We send him stuff when we can because and then we keep in contact that way. So.
Yeah, awesome, man. Awesome. That's the blood. That's right.
Yeah.
Now, how was schooling for you in California, man? Like, what was high school like for you?
You know what? High school was very challenging for me because I think in my freshman year, my parents went through a divorce.
Oh, wow.
And so literally when I went to my freshman year in high school, my parents went through a divorce, my mom met someone else, and then I moved way out in the middle of nowhere. And then I stayed there for a period of time, and then he commuted like 2.5 hours one way a day. So basically like a 5-hour commute he did a day.
For your dad?
My stepfather at the time.
Oh, okay. Oh, your stepfather, okay.
Well, my parents divorced. My dad stayed in San Jose, and I went with my mom which is about an hour and 45 to 2 hours away from where my dad lived. And at the time, my mom actually gave me the choice. She was like, you can either go with me or you can stay here with your dad. And I don't know what it is about moms, but I think I remember back then I chose in my head my mom could take care of me better at the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was my choice.
You thought your mom could?
I thought my mom could take care of me at the time. And so that actually caused a rift between me and my father. But, so I moved out there, and then my mom remarried, and then he was commuting like basically 2.5 hours one way a day. So I stayed at one high school for about a year, and then he was like, I'm tired of this commute. I want to move closer. Then I moved to another high school in my sophomore year. So basically, my sophomore year, I was in my third high school.
Wow.
And then by the end of my sophomore year. And so my junior year came, I started playing football and getting into sports and all that stuff. And then my stepfather had a great idea to move to Georgia. And so I was like, I am done moving. I do not want to move no more. You guys can go. I'd rather stay here than move again to cross country. So I ended up living with a friend for my junior and senior year with the plan of moving to Georgia at the end of my football season for my senior year, because I played football, and I finally made it productive on the team. And so my goal was either to move to Georgia at the end of my football season, which was around Christmas time, or after I graduated.
Right.
So I actually went to Georgia around the Christmas time, and I was really awestruck with all the beautiful women out in Georgia, being 16, 17 at the time. I'm like, okay, well, there's a beautiful woman out here. I'm going to move out there. And I decided to move out there. However, what happened was I turned on the news one day and I found out that some kid got shot in the head at a high school, at Redmond High School in Georgia. And I asked my mom, what high school am I going to? She said, you be going to Redmond High School. And I said, okay, I'm going right back to California. So I ended up moving back to California. I was like, and then it was something about California that kept me here, because every time I wanted to go to Georgia, it didn't happen. So I kind of gave up on it. And so I just stayed in California. And then I was never really good in school. I just did enough to get by, which is kind of ironic now, considering now I read so much and I'm into books and all that stuff, compared to back then. I hated reading. I hated doing schoolwork. And, I don't know if I was rebelling or I didn't care for school or I didn't get it, but it just wasn't into it. So I did enough just to graduate. After I graduated, I actually moved back to the Bay Area, because I lived out in the Valley for a while. And then I basically just lived on my own. I had roommates.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, so I stayed with my father. He lived in the Bay Area for about 6 to 8 months. Maybe 6 to 8 months, and then I moved out, and I ended up staying on my own. So I've pretty much been on my own since I was like 18, 19.
Wow. So you had a job and everything and paid rent?
I had 2 jobs, and I was going to school part-time and paying rent.
Wow. 18.
So at 18, 19, I was doing that. And I was killing myself without realizing I was killing myself. And so I was working basically not a dead-end job. I was working at FedEx, and I was going to school, and I was working at a camera company, those photo shops in the mall, because I needed to make enough money just to get by. I stopped going to school because I couldn't do all 3 because I was burning myself out. And then I started going to church a couple of times, and I actually met a guy, and he said basically, I can get you in a new field if you're willing to drive an hour and a half every weekend to come see me. And so I didn't believe him. I'm like, okay, so let me get this right. I'm going to drive your house. You're going to teach me this stuff, and I'm going to have a better career. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I'll believe it when I see it. So my friend come up on the offer, and he ended up doing that. He went to his house every weekend for like 3 to 6 months, And then next thing you know, he's in a job, and we were roommates. And so what happened was I'm working like 12, 13-hour days, and he's working 8-hour days and making way more money than me. And what made matters worse was that he was wearing my clothes. He couldn't work. And so I was like, hold on a second. You're wearing my clothes. I'm up at the crack of dawn. You're sleeping in. By the time I get home, you're home relaxing. I'm like, okay, something must be up with this. And so I ended up doing that, and that's how I got into the IT field.
Oh, so the guy showed him how to do information technology?
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
So
wow.
He showed that. I just didn't believe it. Then it was an interesting change. And I think at that point, I came to the question mark, because I always struggle with finance. I struggle because, you're trying to make ends meet. You're working hard. And so when you see things, you always say, why can't I have that? With a question mark. Like, I can't have that. And then you answer it like, I can't afford it because I have no bills. I have bills. I have this to pay for. I don't have the money to do it. And if I do it, I'm in a bad spot. When I got into the software field, my first check was like double what I made doing the 2 jobs. And so awesome. When I did my budget, I was like, it didn't compute to me. And so after redoing it, I realized, oh wow, I'm making way more money now than I was doing these 2 jobs. So I ended up quitting the jobs I had, doing this full time, and then my challenge became not to buy everything because I could.
Right. That's right.
That's right. And so it went from a question mark to exclamation point. So it's like, why can't I have that? And I'm thinking like, why can't I have it? I have the money. So I would go actually buy. I'd be like buying stuff, and then I'd be like, okay, I have to taper myself to like, okay, well, I don't really need that right now. Even though I can buy it, I don't need to buy it. And this is the stuff that I've learned, I always call myself hard knock life. I had to learn on the go. I didn't know about credit. I didn't know about, the purse of credit. I didn't know about, saving your money. I didn't know about 401k or IRA accounts or stocks or nothing like that, because I was never taught this stuff. So I'm just living in the moment, kind of, in a way. But in a moment to where I'm trying to build for the future, but still not know what that future is. So I'm living in the moment, but building for a future. I have no idea what I'm building for. And so that was my challenge I had to do, all the while knowing that, okay, well, one of the things the guy taught me was know the system. He's like, you know the system, and you know how to make more money and all this stuff. So it was the more work you put in, your experience or what you said will get you paid more. So that was my niche. It's like, okay, you know what? I can keep getting paid more. So I can go to one job, work 6 months, put that on my resume, and then ask for more money, and I'm just increasing my pay rate every 6 months. So before you know it, I'm 23 years old, and I'm making a whole lot of money and not knowing what to do with it. So if you don't know what to do with it, if you have no plan, no vision, you just spend it on stupid stuff. So that's what I ended up doing. Yeah. But I never had no one to sit me down and say, you know what, this is a good idea to do. This is what you should do, because everybody I ran around with was in the same boat as me.
That's right. So you guys are IT software. So you guys are were y'all more like software design or programmers?
It just mine at the time. Mine's depended on what I needed to do. So I just conformed to the job I needed. I didn't put my all into it until later on. I said, okay, I want to do this. I started off in quality assurance, and then I was like, from there I can go to automation and programming, or I can learn enough programming for the particular project I needed. So then from there, I would just grow on that. If I needed to learn this project, I would go there. And this was around the time about the .com bubble. I don't know if you're familiar with that. And so I was in the midst of that. So everybody was making money in the Silicon Valley because it was the .com, and everybody was making fake companies and just a lot of companies. So just the pick of the litter. And then when that crashed, I had to kind of relearn myself. Like, okay, what do I do now? And around the same time, I think a couple years into it, I got married to someone. I got saved. The marriage went bad, and I had a divorce. So there was a lot of different dynamics going on with me at certain times at that time of life. It was like, you think you know who you are, and you really don't. And and you just go through the motions of day-to-day living, kind of like you're almost like the Walking Dead. You basically walk around, you eat, you don't even sleep, you just eat, you repeat, eat, like rinse, wash, and repeat. You do that over and over again. So that was my life for a good portion of time. because I didn't know about credit. I didn't know about nothing, but if I wanted that, I just worked to get it, and that was it.
Right. Now we're talking to Jaron Power, author of Power to Change. This is going to be a good lead into our second segment when we get into his book, The Power of Change. And before we get in your book, after this break, we're going to ask you, we're going to, pretty much we've been on your website, and we see your beautiful family, and I guess all that hard work paid off, because it's a good-looking family, man. So when we get back, we're going to talk about that as well, okay? All right, y'all, hold tight for a 60-second break with Dominique Wilkins and Lisa Sadler.
Are you experiencing a stage of life trauma? An everyday life experience that may distract you or shake your faith? My good books are short stories written on everyday topics like jealous friends or an abusive parent, written with an underlying message directing your thoughts to a positive and spiritual place. My good book strives to provide a positive influence for real people with real life struggles seeking hope, inspiration, and a perspective that will change how you handle your own life's journey. Read my good books to enjoy a positive and spiritual message today. Then share it with someone else who needs it.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
All right. We're talking to Jaron Power, author of Power of Change. And his reviewing his book by Alcina Morello say this book is a well-written compilation of scripture focusing on motivation, perseverance, and vision laid out in a simple, easy-to-follow format that delivers a game plan of realizing the purpose God has for your life. Mr. Power is clearly anointed to deliver this simple but complete guide to living an extraordinary, godly, and productive lifestyle. I could hardly put it down. That's by Alcina Morello. All right, man. We was on your website. We saw how beautiful your family. So, what you have, a girl and a boy?
Yeah, I have a girl and a boy, and we have me and my wife have two older kids as well.
All right.
We're kind of a blended family.
All right. So somebody brought children into the relationship?
We both brought children into the relationship. So.
Oh, okay. Awesome. And what are the kids doing right now?
Right now my kids are watching TV or playing games. So.
Oh, okay. The younger ones. How about the two older ones?
The older ones. One's he has kids, so he's working right now, and then another one's just about to go to college this year.
All right, yeah. The reason why I ask you that, because when I find that people who write, inspirational books, or they're life coaches, gurus of motivation, all that kind of stuff, I always ask them what their family's doing, because if you can't motivate your family, you can't motivate nobody.
Yeah, it's very true.
That's right. So, want to hear the success of the family.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think when you think of that family, I think it's important, especially for parents, that we learn to drop seeds in our kids, so that they aspire to do something greater in life, and that they push something to see more than that. As I remember, my younger son, he's a smart kid. I don't know how he got so smart, but he's extremely smart, straight A student, and he comes with me a lot of ideas all the time. And this was a couple of years ago. I said to him, he wants to make this kind of like motion. Virtual reality kind of thing where you can play video games, virtual reality style. And he was like, but the technology's not out yet. And I was like, well, if you keep writing the stuff down and put it in place, it will come out by the time you're in college. And he was probably about 10 at the time. And he was like, okay. I said, so this is what I want you to do. We got him a notebook, and I said, write everything you want to do in the future so I can come back to it later on. So he got his notebook when he was a kid, and he started writing stuff down. And I said, what you want to do is you want to go to college like MIT or Cal Berkeley that do tech stuff that you want to do.
Georgia Tech.
Level. So, yeah, all these colleges that do technology that in the field that you want to do. So now he's talking about MIT and these other things. He's going to a charter school right now just so he can get the grades, and all that stuff, just to be able to go to colleges that he wants to go to.
That's right. That's how they do it.
Yeah, I had a conversation one day, and it kind of tripped me out because the school is it's long hours, a lot of homework. And I asked him if he wanted to change schools, and he was like, "Nah, I go there for the learning aspect of it." So
that's right.
You know, I was like, if it was me, I'd have been like, I'm out, cool, you know. But
he's smart. He is smart, man. He knows. Right. If he can handle that challenge, man, nothing, you know, nothing he can't handle. That's how I look at college too, man. College was extremely hard. And so when people give me projects now, I said, man, nothing compared to college, man.
Yeah.
I take it. Give it to me. I've led work groups and everything because in school, you know, they challenge you in all those areas, you know, dealing with different styles of people from all walks of life. So, you know, I said get the experience early, you know, so you won't be afraid of it when you get older. That's right.
And I think one of my downsides was that I didn't really get that experience. I went to community college for 2 years. I kind of dropped out because I needed to take care of myself. And so it's one of those, I don't say regret, but it was like one of those dual buttons. I would love to go to university and be able to live that life and just to be able to, you know, go through that stage. But, you know, everything works for a reason. So,
you could do it, man.
College. I push college on my kids hard.
Yeah, you could do it. Sure. Man, my wife and I, we had 2 babies. Well, we had the one at first, and one was on the way when I went back to school to get my 4-year degree, and I had fun, man. I met up with some people who was in the same field I was in. They had family challenges as well, but we made it work, man. We went out, you know, 2 days a week. We exercised. We played basketball because it was like some girls and guys. It was like half and half. I had 1 male buddy and 2 female buddies, and we made it work, man. We had a ball, man. So you know, we didn't have no football team to cheer for at the school, but we had a ball though, man. We was right in the heart of downtown Baltimore, and we made it work. Yeah, we made it work, man. All right, so we talking to Jaron Powell. He's the author of The Power of Change, man. So what made you write this book, man? What gave you the know-how? I'd be lying and say, I got this idea. I really did. I had a lot. God really told me to write this book. I didn't write it because I wanted to. Honestly, my English vocabulary wasn't always the best. So it was one of those things where when I gave my life to Christ and started, my biggest thing was always, who am I? Mm-hmm. And I realized, and when God started showing me my life, I realized that I was the one that was people always coming to for advice, which is, it was kind of ironic, but it was funny too. And I was like, why are you coming to me for advice? And so as I started to learn who I was, he really put it on my heart to write this book. My challenge was when he told me, it took me 2 years to write it because I didn't believe in myself. Oh, right. Wow.
So, but at the same time, it kept stirring in me. So I had the format down. I had the topics. I had the subjects. I had all that stuff written down in my head and how I would write the book. However, I just didn't believe myself to do it. So 2 years in was when my friend was like, look, dude, you need to write this book. And so after that check, then I started writing that book. And I made it real. It's really a combination of my life, but I use my life as a foundation to give tips and tools because I learned most of the time I talk to people and I give like instruction or mentoring or anything to that degree. Most people just, and I understand it because we just don't know what to do next. We're in a situation, it's almost like, and I sometimes put it to like, when I was a younger kid, like I was talking earlier, no one showed me X, Y, and Z. So I had to figure it out. And so a lot of times when I talk to people, it's really just, I don't know the X, Y, and Z. And so that was really the catalyst of me writing my book is because sometimes people just need that little oomph to like, yeah, I can do this. You know, the book doesn't say, if you do A, B, and C, you'll be a millionaire. It just says, if you follow simple steps on the direction you want to go, you can get to the desired results that you want. And so I give different aspects to, and a lot of it is really dealing with yourself more so than getting to like, you know, it's not like one of those infomercials where if you buy this book, you'll be a multimillionaire overnight or next couple months, something like that. It's more of those, when you buy this book and you read it, it's a journey within yourself because you have to move the roadblocks that you have in yourself to pursue forward, to know that you can do this thing that you want to do and that you can see more than what you are. And for the people that don't have that, it's just sometimes simple instructions or someone that's been there and done that. I remember one of my worst storms I think I've ever been through in my life. I was feeling alone and I was feeling challenged. And one guy I met, I saw him every day. I used to be in a bowling league like years ago. And one time I just spoke to this guy and I was like, I'm just struggling with this, this, and this. And he said, you know what? I went through the same thing you did, and here's my results. And that gave me hope to understand, because I thought there was no end to the light of my tunnel. Or no light at the end of my tunnel. And so just saying, the guy saying, you know what, look what's going on right now. Let me show you the end result of my life when I went through something similar. And he was the only person that could understand, relate to where I was.
Wow.
Out of everything I go to. Out of my friends, because no one's been in that, I didn't know no one in my area that been around that predicament. So oftentimes we just want to do better. We just don't know how to do better. And if we don't understand, like I always say, the first thing we always have to do is understand the point of sacrifice when we want to do better. And if we don't understand the point of sacrifice, then we can't get to the desired results that we want.
That's right.
I was having my cousin was telling me one time, we were talking about business, and he said, too many people want CEO dollars and janitor hours. And so, you know, so I understand you have to put it into work, and oftentimes it's just the desire. If you want it bad enough, you have to change a lot of things around you. And oftentimes when you find your vision, you find your purpose, you'll naturally start to drop things off, because you realize, okay, this ain't benefiting me. That ain't benefiting me. This doesn't benefit me. I need to push it away. And the transition to that is, it's not that it's hard. It's challenging. But when you push past that initial detox challenging period, then you get to that area that you see. Okay, I'm glad I got that started this because it caused me to focus more. And so that's kind of what my book kind of entails, the power to change. That there was the power to change within us. The power to change is the desire to do better in your life, and we can all strive to do that if we just understand that sometimes being exposed to something new, exposed to something different, we can get to what we want.
That's right. That is true. All right, we're talking to Jaron Power, author of The Power of Change. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk to him more in depth about this book. He claimed to be a gifted and rising star in America, and we're going to find out how is he doing this through inspirational speaking. Hold tight. A Book Buzz episode with Tamika Kane.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
All right. That's an episode of Book Buzz. You got to get one so people find out about you. That's right. Now streaming soon on FM dial in Chicago. Our talk show will be live coming soon. All right. We talking to Jaron Power, author of Power to Change. And so, Jaron, all right, you're a life coach. What's some of the biggest challenges people are going through right now as you coach them in life? Some of the challenges.
The biggest challenge I think people face is the desire to change. They want to change, they just don't want to change. And so because of that, that's the biggest challenge I see. Like this year, I started working out, consistently 4 times a week. And the workout is really intense and really hard. And I think the first 2 weeks, I was crying to Jesus. I thought I saw him 3 times because my trainer was pushing me so hard, and my body wasn't accustomed to it. Afterwards, my body was sore and it was hurting, and I was like, dude, this is not worth it to me. I was kind of like, this isn't really worth it to me. But I stuck through it. And after I got past the soreness, then I started working out consistently, and then I started to get through the training process a lot easier. As I was getting through the training process, I realized, okay, you know what? To help me get better, I need to drink more water. Okay, to help me get better, I need to stop eating this kind of foods. To help me get to a better result in shape, I need to stop doing this, and this. And that was the challenging part for me. And a lot of times people have that part. It's the sacrifice to getting rid of things that are not healthy for you, to eat the things that are healthy for you, to grow and produce forward. So, I've talked to crowds, and I like talk to spoken churches. I love doing individual work more so because it's more of a one-on-one thing, and I like to deal with people on a one-on-one basis because sometimes people are individual. Like you could do a message, and it could be, oh, this for me, this part helps. But sometimes when you talk to people one-on-one, it allows you to really get in depth of, okay, here's your problem areas A, B, and C. And if you do this, then this will help you get there. I deal with people that will say, like one aspect is like a lot of people have a vision to do something, but they just don't know how to do it. And if I say, okay, well, this is what you need. Maybe have you done this? No. Have you done this? No. Have you done this? No. Why not? Because I didn't know. that always comes back to that. I didn't know. And I'm like, okay, well, did you expect it to happen by yourself? Because you talk about the vision with such passion, but yet you didn't think about what you need to do to get there. And so if I say to them, okay, do A, B, and C just for the beginning steps, and then move forward, you'll see production. If I say, have you considered buying 4 or 5 books on that one thing you want to go after and start studying it? Who's mentoring you to help you get to that area? And when I say mentoring, it's not always someone that you can talk to one-on-one, but whose books are mentoring you?
That's right.
And so when I start saying that, they're like, I don't know. I haven't done that. But yet at the same time, they can talk about TV shows that are on because they spend hours watching on TV. And so when I'm like, what are you willing to sacrifice to cut off to get your desired results? I was reading a survey. They said 80% of people that live in 80% of people, 76% of people who are the middle class or lower watch 8 hours of TV, 6 hours of TV a day.
That's a lot.
Where the wealthy people watch maybe a half hour to an hour a day.
Yeah. I don't even do that much.
Yeah, so when you realize it, when you realize your purpose and your focus and your vision, then you realize what's not important to you.
That's right.
What I need to get rid of. It's like when you're doing this radio show, when you put it together, there are certain things you have to cut off because you're like, I want to get to the desired results I need to do. I don't got time to watch this, and this, because that allowed me to procrastinate more and not get to what I need to do.
That's right.
So I tell people a lot of times, what are you willing to sacrifice? What are you willing to give up on? I remember years ago, I was dealing with this guy. He was going through marital problems. And he was like, my wife just got mad at me. I'm like, okay, well, what's wrong? And he was like, well, she says this and this. I'm like, well, what are you doing every day when you get home? Well, I get home, I play 3 hours of video games. I'm like, stop. I was like, pause right there. I'm like, that video games is becoming your mistress. And you're putting your wife second. I go, why don't you do this? I go, why don't you spend a half hour playing video games? And then why don't you do A, B, and C? 1 week later, he came back and said, man, my marriage is a whole much better because I followed your instructions. And there's just simple changes that you don't recognize. And it's not like a fault to him. It was just that he didn't know no better because Terry is a single guy. He's doing what he normally do. He got married, and he just kept doing what he normally did because no one taught us this stuff. You know?
And they don't. And he's right, though. People don't. Because it's just like, for example, suppose you have like a spouse that's a workaholic, but you come home, you kind of looking forward to sitting at the dinner table with them, and they're not there. It's just you and the kids. What do you do then? Do you sit down and say, hey, hon, you think you can work so many hours at home so we can at least see you, and then sacrifice maybe an hour, split your day up, and we do lunch together and stuff like that. So it is always a solution.
It's always a solution if we think about how to say if we stop blaming and then go into solution based, then we can get something done.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times we're blaming and we're not giving solutions, or we're being lazy, and for Christians we want God to fix everything and us to do nothing.
Yep, the blame game.
And so when we get to the blame game, it's a real challenge for us because it's easier to say, that woman you gave me or that man you gave me, God fix it. And while we just do what we normally do. So I always try to give people practicals. Okay, I'll even say, okay, let's put the Bible aside for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done this? Or have you done that? And they say no. I'm like, okay, well, why don't you try doing that? So now it comes down to, can you let go of your pride to forgive this person to move forward?
That's right. Sometimes it's just all about communication. Sometimes just sitting down talking.
And it's the healthy communication you have to have, not the communication where it's unhealthy.
Right.
And so these are the kind of things that, when I think about, and I always end up, and I don't like ask for it, but it just comes to me. And it's kind of funny. I'm like, okay, Lord, even when I don't feel like talking to people, I end up doing it because it's just in me to do. Because I started to learn what was in me to do. It's a passion for me to help people. I want to help people. That's like if I could do anything first, that would be my number one thing to do. Be like, my passion would be to help people. and to give them ways to get a better life, a better way, better them, discover who they are. Because I think so. I really believe we're all created to do something. We all have a purpose, and a lot of us don't know that purpose, and so we don't do our purpose.
That's right.
And then we wonder what it is this whole time, you know. And so I like to use like cars and different things, and whatever the analogy I need to use to help the person, I try to help that person using that stuff. You know, I was thinking the other day, I was like, there's different types of mindset. Take away the money, but just think of a mindset, and think of the mindset as this way: if you need a ar, and your money is limited, you'll take any car you can get. You'll take any car you can get. If you have a car and you want to get a better car, you balance your budget and you say, I can afford this car. Right. If you're rich, you can get any car you get, from a Bentley to a Ford Pinto. The choice is yours. Mm-hmm. So the mindset is just basically I can choose and pick and choose what I want to get. So sometimes we think so low of ourselves that we don't pick and choose what we want in our lives. We just, whatever happens, whatever we can get, we're happy with. And so the goal is always to think from a higher mindset. How to say it being, you know, biblically it talks about set your mind on higher places, things above. So we have to be in a higher mindset to understand things. And the best way to do it is to get out of environments, in terms of our environment does not make us know everything, but we can seek out everything we need to know. Mm-hmm. And you can seek that out by, you know, studying and reading. If I wanted to learn about the radio station, I would call you. If I was like, hey, I want to do what you're doing, I'd be calling you all the time because I want to learn this thing. Mm-hmm. So if I want to have a better marriage, I'm going to go to someone who's successful marriage, and not someone who's in a bad marriage or someone who's single who think they can give me good advice. Mm-hmm. And so these are the kind of things I tell people all the time. And even in my book, I say my book is not the end-all, be-all. I recommend you go get other books to read on top of this book, because I'm not trying to say I know everything. I just know enough to know that I need to know more, and I just want to help you get to another state.
That's right.
And so that is always the goal that I tell people. Is like, when you want the power to change is within you, and you could change your life at any moment when you decide to change your life. Now, nothing might not change on the outside, but what changes is you. And so when you say, I have enough and I want more of my life, you could put things down, you could turn things around. And I'm not saying it's easy, but nothing that you ever want is easy. Mm-hmm. So you can do that thing if you desire it enough. And as you push if you stop worrying about the things you have to sacrifice and worried about the things you need to get, then the things you need to sacrifice become easy to drop off because you see a vision of what you need to get.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yep. And so that is the goal I always strive for. If you want a better marriage, what's your part? If you took away his part or her part, what's your part? Are you doing everything you can? If you want a better life, if you want a better job, are you getting back to school to get a better education? Are you taking up a trade so you can get a better job? You know, what are you doing with your life? If you're not happy, why aren't you happy? What keeps you? What's disappointing? What from your past has got you to this state? Have you discovered that out yet? So in my book, I use a lot of examples of my life. I use a lot of examples. I use my kids. I went to divorce one time. I use my divorce. I use everything. It's kind of autobiography book in a sense. I use some scriptures, but I don't get too heavy in them. I just use them as a foundational reference. But I want to tell people that, you know, you can change your life. You have the power to change, and if nothing else changes, you change. And so you change your goals, you change your life, you change everything. You have the power to change. One of the things I tell people is that there's this thing, when you read the Bible, it's interesting. Every time God talks about people, he says if. But when he talks about himself, he says I shall. And the reason why he always says if, because the if is predicated on you doing.
That's right.
And so he's saying, I'm a God that I'll do my part if you do your part. It's not God helps those who help themselves. It's you do your part and I'll do my part. I shall do my part. But the doing your part is on you. I can give you everything you need to do it. I can give you the mind. I can give you the desire. I can give you the will. But you have to determine in your mind you want to do it. And if you're not determining your mind to go and do it, you're going to sit there. And then if I give it to you, you won't value it because you didn't put your hands on it yourself to mold and shape this thing that's called your life to do. We all have trials. We all have tribulations. We all have stumbles. I think there's not a person on this earth that can't give you their woe is me story.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not so much their woe is me story. It's can you learn from your story that you went through? Can you learn from your trials and tribulations to say, you know what, that trial helped me this way. Yeah, I'd rather not have gone through it, but it helped me get to this place. It helped me grow. It helped me learn this stuff. And so these are the kind of things I try to help people face and challenge and all these things that come out. I think of this story. I don't think I told it in my book. I might have. I can't fully remember. But I remember I was dealing with someone who was consistently hurting me. And I was really angry with this person, but I kept forgiving him. And one day I said, Lord, is there anything that I have towards this person? And what he showed me was this black, cancerish mold. Like I visualized it, it was a picture of it. I could see it. And it was like a black fungus that was slowly the recess in the corner, at the corner of the like if you had a room was in the corner of the room in a black fungus area. And I was like, wow, that's in me. And so I said what everybody else would say, Lord, remove it out of me. And he said to me, no, you remove it out of you. And so I had to go home and remove all this gunk out of it that was still within me because I thought I forgave the person when I really fully didn't forgive the person. Wow. So then once I was able to forgive the person, now I moved on and I was okay, I'm healthy from this situation. And so, I don't know why the forgiveness aspect on there, but I think a lot of people sometimes might be listening to this is dealing with unforgiveness, should I say. And the one thing I learned about unforgiveness, when you really sort of study the word forgiveness, it means divorce in Greek. Wow. And I hold it up into it as a marriage. When you're married to someone, you're considered one. When you get a divorce, you're no longer married to that person. You don't say I'm a divorcee. You go back to single. Mm-hmm. So you say I'm single. And what that means is that when you forgive someone, you divorce yourself from the offense of what that person did to you. So that once you're whole, it was as if you were never married to them. Because once you become single again, you file your taxes as single, you operate your single, you do all that stuff single. But if you're still holding on to that offense, you're dragging all that weight and anger and all that stuff as if you're married, and so it becomes like a weight on your neck and a cancer in your heart to stop you from moving forward. And so by forgiving the situation, forgiving the hurts, forgiving the pain that everything has done to you, it allows you to see clearly what your future is, because oftentimes our unforgiveness hinders us from seeing clearly for our future.
That's right. That's true. All right, Jaren. We're talking to Jaren Power off the Power Chain. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to you be able to close us out, man. Give us your final thoughts on tonight's show, okay?
Yes.
All right. And before we go, just want to let everybody know that you can get his book on Amazon.com for, I think it's going for $15.19, and then you can get on his website at JarenPower.com for $19.99 plus shipping. So either way, you'll be able to support that brother. All right, so hold tight. Episode of Book Buzz with Bill Powers.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
All right, The Power Change, available in paperback, was released in July. Is that 2012? So you've been pushing this book for a while. All right. Successful inspirational speaker. You heard him tonight talking on life coaching. He's an ordained minister and an IT consultant. So check out the book, The Power Change, How to Change Your Position Despite Your Condition. All right, Jaren, if you can close us out, give us your final thoughts for tonight's show, man. Really appreciate having you here, man, and we wish you the best, and the best. All right.
Thank you very much. Well, I'd like to thank you for having me on the show. It's really appreciated. I appreciate the honor and opportunity, and I pray much success for you going forward.
Well, thank you very much, and you're welcome.
And if I had to leave anybody at any lasting moment, I want to say that change is a process. It doesn't happen overnight, but with anything, the more you do it, the more you see results. I'm currently working on a book called The Now Moment, and the moment is now for your best results. The moment is now for your change. And once you stick to the plan that you've developed in your life, you will see the outcome of your change that you want, whether it be better job, better marriage, better life, better you. You know, if you work it out, whatever that change you want in your life, if you understand what that change is, you stick to the plan, expose yourself to the knowledge, you will have the best life you can have. That's not with money, not with anything else, but you have the best life you could have, because you could have money and still be miserable and sad. So make your life count. And by doing that, you need to have power to change.
That's right. Amen. Amen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our broadcast on this podcast, but we appreciate everybody tuning in and giving Jerry an opportunity to talk about his book, The Power of Change, How to Change Your Position Despite Your Condition. All right, remember, you can get it at his website at JaronPower.com, or you can get it at Amazon and just type in Power of Change in his name, and it will come right up. All right, and Jaron, I tell them all the time, man, when they want to hear the good stuff, they got to tune in to positivepower21.org or Spreaker.com/positivepower21. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on positivepower21.org and Spreaker.com/positivepower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, take care, everybody. Remember to stay awesome.
PositivePower21.org Internet Radio.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
That's your cue, Iris.
Hi, Jerry. This is Iris Sambro Carter, and I'm live with Jerry Royce. I'm on the Jerry Royce